every single aspect of what I will be doing so that you are able to go and just explore. The other thing that I also want to make clear is that it's not possible for me to make you a guru in all because I'm going to share quite a bit of tools and I'm going to demonstrate all those tools, all those websites, or everything else. So it's not possible for me in the next 4 hours to make you a guru. The challenge is that once you see how powerful a tool can be to your research, then you just go and explore more. And if you have further questions, you just reach out to TCC Africa, and you will be able to get further guidance. So I just want to start by, because yesterday let's assume yesterday we wrote our research proposals, defended those proposals. They passed. We passed in the defense. And we went to the field to collect data. We collected data, wrote our manuscript yesterday, and let us assume we published those manuscripts. Now, how then do we make ourselves visible as researchers? I think this is where I want to start before I get into so many other discussions for the day. How do you make your research visible, and how do you make yourself visible as a researcher? I think this is a question that so many people there are researchers who are doing a lot of good stuff out there, but people don't know what they're doing because they are not present anywhere. So either they are publishing papers and then that's it. Nobody knows where these papers go. Well, there is nowhere somebody can go and find, okay, this is all that this person has done. So I want some of you, maybe 1 or 2 people, for those joining on TikTok, you can also just type. So 1 or 2 people can say, how do you make yourself visible as a researcher? Or how do you make your research work visible? What platforms have you been using? Because I will share, and mine today is to inspire as many people as I can. It's not just showing you how much I have done as a researcher. I'm just a young scholar who is just starting out. I have not even achieved a quarter of maybe some of what some people who are on the call have achieved, but mine is to show you the different platforms that I've been using to make my research visible and to make myself visible as a researcher. So maybe just to start us off, who wants to share with us where the platforms on which the platforms that they use to make themselves visible as researchers, and also the ones that they use to make their work visible? Anybody? Please don't just switch off your video when you're not contributing, because then it makes it easier for everyone. So maybe one person can unmute and tell us, how do you make your work visible? How do people know what you are doing? How do people know that you are available and you can offer services, for example, as a researcher, as a consultant? How do you make yourself visible as a researcher? Or how do you make your work or your research work visible? Anyone to start us off? I also don't want to pick on someone.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
I would say, for example, if you have a LinkedIn account, you can share the paper you have published there. Yeah. And also if you're in WhatsApp communities, professional communities, for example, I come from physics department, and I'm in a WhatsApp group with a physics community. So I can share the paper I have published in that platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you've given us a bit about social media, and thank you so much for bringing this, because some people think that social media is just for other things rather than sharing our work. We will come to that. Thank you so much. ABC Njideka, I hope I've pronounced it right.
Yes, you did well. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. The Academia Edu. If you register there, you can also share your work there, and people can cite you and your work. And ResearchGate too.
Thank you so much. Today is, I think I already like what you're saying, and you're making my work very easy, so that I just go over I just go over some of this without even talking so much about them. We are seeing LM, the Diamaka. Your hand is up.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
We can also share our research work on ResearchGate, LinkedIn, and Google Scholar. These are platforms where we can be visible too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really don't think there's so much to add, but then I have a presentation that I have to make. So yes, having said that, I think it's clear now that most of us are aware that there are platforms that we can use to make our research work visible. But are we doing it? Are they up to date? You have a Google Scholar account, for example, or you have for Google Scholar, it's not difficult because then everything almost updates by itself. But you have a LinkedIn account, you have a ResearchGate account, for example. How up to date is it? That's the challenge I'm giving you. So after this training today, I want you to go back and make sure that all that you want to be there is there. I hope that's very clear. But then I want to share with you what we call the power of visibility. I had been posting, I think this is quite some time back, I have been posting quite a bit about the aquaculture projects we are running in Kenya, the projects we are doing. And out of that, I have been able to get consultancies, and one of them is just this one. There is somebody who reached out to me. This is a consultancy we did for the World Fish. So we did it for World Fish Center in Malaysia, and we even traveled to Malaysia to go and present this. Now, this was as a result of my visibility on social media. If anything, I think in the last Christmas, the Christmas of 2022, I was on the plane when during that Christmas time, coming back from Malaysia after presenting this. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this so that you get to understand that whatever you post on social media, we have different platforms where we share what we do, or we can socialize with other people. But you can really leverage on the power of social media.
Excuse me, Nicholas?
Yes, please.
Your voice keeps fluctuating between faint and normal. It's not clear.
I don't know whether it's my network. I'm putting on LAN. I'm using Wi-Fi. Let me just switch to LAN. Maybe it might be better. I'll just try to switch to LAN. Okay, as it fixes that, just confirm whether LAN is fixed. Is it now? Is it better now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. So here I'm just trying to show you how the power, what we call the power of visibility. Because I am visible and I've been posting about the projects we are doing, and especially in the field of aquaculture, somebody approached me, this guy called Kelvin, and he told me he has come across, just read what has been written here. I came across some of your research work and thought you might be interested. Please let me know if this is of interest to you. So we did this work, and we got from here. I have gotten so many consultancies from Wildfish just because of this one consultancy we got. Because organizations like Wildfish, for example, once you do a good job for them, then whenever they have something to do in your country, for example, they will not really go around looking for someone else. They will tell you, okay, this is something we want you to do, and most of the time it's just single sourcing. So I'm just showing you how powerful it is for you to be visible. So my challenge to you, I'm not showing you this so that you see what I have been doing or how, that's not the point. The point here is that if you make yourself visible as a researcher in a good way, you can be able to leverage on that and get quite a bit of some things. The other thing that we are talking about is H-index. So an H-index is an author level metric that attempts to measure both the productivity and citation impact of the publications of a scientist. I think these are things most of us are aware of. But there has been a lot of discussions and debates around H-index, using H-index as a measure of impact, of a researcher's impact, because different fields would be, maybe if you are looking at the number of citations and someone is in the field of medicine and you are in the field, for example, of aquaculture, like my field, the number of publications maybe in your field could be different from. So there's quite a bit. But then the only thing I want to bring out here is H-index is measures your your power as a researcher, and it shows your impact. So for example, here, I'm just giving you an idea of what my Google Scholar link looks like. So I have, these are the number of citations that I have, and the H index and all these things. Now, you might think that this is something little, but if you go to most of these universities, you find that they are using these things just to measure your impact as a researcher. And among your peers, it's normal that you walk around, and when you have arguments or when you have discussions, people keep telling you, okay, I know my H index is now, or I have 1,000 citations by now. So among scholars, these are things that also make you, apart from just making you visible, it also makes you look a bit more credible as a researcher in what you do. So go and create a Google Scholar account if you don't have one. The good thing with Google Scholar, there's nothing much you do. Most of it, once you publish a paper, it will update itself pretty much almost automatically, except when you are dealing with a journal that maybe is not indexed on Google Scholar, which is maybe it's not a very good journal, because Google Scholar indexes almost all the papers. So you really need to go and create an account on Google Scholar. That is why I brought this up. I know we are aware of Google Scholar, but I don't want to assume, some of us do not have Google Scholar accounts. If you have published even just one paper or two papers, go and create a Google Scholar account and be visible. The next one is the Web of Science. I think Web of Science was initially, it was owned by Thomson and Reuters. Now it's owned by Clarivate Analytics. So this one is also a citation database. Then you have what we call Researcher ID, where Web of Science will give you a Researcher ID, which is your unique identifier as a researcher. So maybe sometimes there are journals that will ask you for Researcher ID when you are submitting your paper. But then there is an ID that I would really advocate for, because the researcher ID that is provided by Clarivate Analytics, I'm not really conversant with it, but there's what I will show you. Now, there's what we call pablons. So many people have been saying that I am a reviewer, and I'm also an academic editor for PLOS ONE. The problem that we face, especially as editors, that also delays the publication process, is finding reviewers, because reviewers keep saying that, why am I supposed to review for free? Because when I review, there is no credit for it. When I publish a paper, there's credit when I publish a paper. But when I review, then that's just work that does not get recognized. That's why we now have pablons. So on pablons, when you review on pablons, I will show you all this. When you review on pablons, then when you review and register this on pablons, then it gives you credit for the review that you do. So this is where you are turning your peer review into a measurable research output. I will show you all this. So on pablons, you can easily track your research impact. And basically, this is an example of the number of reviews I have done. So here I have done 13 verified reviews. I've done quite a bit, but sometimes I also get lazy and don't update so much. But then here is just to demonstrate to you what it also contains. So from here, you can be able to see the total documents that are on this platform. I have 11 publications that are indexed on Web of Science. I have others that are not indexed on Web of Science, but they could be indexed elsewhere. I have 13 verified peer reviews, all this. So go and create an account. This is just one of the recognitions for peer review. I'm just putting it here because you might think that these are small wins. The small wins are what, in academia, these small wins are the big wins, so to speak. So what happens is, maybe if you want to apply, you are applying to be, maybe there's a project, a big project, and you're applying to be like a research officer or a coordinator, and you are told to, send your credentials. Part of what you can send are these review certificates, because then they will say that when we write publications, for example, this guy has experience in review, so he will help us in reviewing our publications before we send them out there. So these are the small little things that can set you apart. So don't look at them as small wins. Of course, they could be very small wins, but they are the big wins because they are the small wins that now accumulate into the big wins that we will be looking at. So I think this is one thing. I'm here just to challenge you that if you are approached to review, once you review for them, ask them if they can give you a letter or if they can give you a certificate of recognition. I've gotten quite a number, but then I was just here to show you that these are not small things. Then there's the site that is called Reviewer Credit. I will also show you how to get here. Reviewer Credit is where now you can also register your peer reviews, and you can now convert the peer reviews into money. Okay. So you see here, I have also not updated it for some time, but then I have registered 4 reviews here, and the total earnings is maybe 0 for now. But then I'm just trying to show you that you can now also redeem these credits and either use them as article processing fee, or you can, the earnings that you get from here, you can even just withdraw and use them. Or you can convert them into credits that you can now say, okay, there are journals that are working with this reviewer credit. So you can tell them, okay, I have this reviewer credits. Can I convert them into credits that I can now use as article processing fee when publishing a paper? Then we have ORCID. I think most of us know this. This one is a unique identifier. That is, let's say you are publishing a paper, but then you have published papers, and based on the requirements of the journal, different journals will expect you to put your name differently. So some of them will expect you to put Nicholas O. Outa. Some would expect Outa O. Nicholas. Some would expect N. Outa. Or, you know, it could be a lot of variants of your name. But if you have an ORCID ID, the ORCID does disambiguates all those different names and then puts them into one identifier, so that if somebody goes to that ORCID account, they know that that is you, regardless of the different variants of the names you have used. I will show you that as well. And then we have ResearchGate. I think this is, most of us know what ResearchGate is. This is also like, it's like social media for academia. We also have Academia Edu. I think this is also, most of us also know about this. This is my social media, my LinkedIn account, for example, and we will go and see a bit of things, what I share here, because on social media, sometimes people find it difficult to share. I even share on Facebook and on my WhatsApp status. Sometimes people find it difficult thinking, you know, how much do I share on or who will be interested in what I am doing? LinkedIn is a bit different, because then LinkedIn is a professional site. So when you put your professional work there, people will get to understand. But on Facebook, people think that somebody will look at me and think that I'm bragging about the projects I'm doing or my achievements, and that's why I'm posting it on Facebook. It depends on how you do it. And also, you can't really control what people think about what you post. So, and also when you are posting most of this information on Facebook, I'm not saying you post all the details about, maybe you are collecting data on a specific project, you put all the details on a project. No, just write a small note about, today we were sampling in River Kibos, trying to determine the amount of, or the levels of sedimentation, or the rate of sedimentation into River Kibos. And then this will be able to help farm. You know, you can write a small story, and people might not get all the details, but then they have a gist of what you are doing. So if somebody has a problem with maybe water quality, or they have a problem related to aquaculture, they will think, there's this guy who posts about aquaculture quite a bit. Let me try to reach out to them. So these are the things. And also your profile on LinkedIn. I think sometimes I'm not saying this is the best, what I've written here. I'm not saying it's the best in any way, but I'm saying make it catchy and make people understand what it is that you can provide, so that if somebody goes to your LinkedIn profile, even before they go through your, because sometimes they don't even go through the posts, they just come here and see here. So some of them will just come and check, okay, this guy is a scholar and a consultant in fisheries and aquaculture. He mentors scholars in scientific writing. He's the founder of Writing Hub Africa and Dala Integrated Aquaculture Hub. He's an academic cadet at +1, and there's also a social entrepreneur. Okay, maybe that's something that is interesting to me. So mine is to ask you that if you want to be visible, try and, you can even get guidance on how then do I also write mine to, those are the things. And then there is the other part about you, where you also write a bit of your profile, where you write a bit of information about you. Those are things I'm going to show. Then there's About Me. About Me is mostly, the one I've created is a free version. This one is just for free. You create about yourself. So if somebody asks you for your CV, or somebody says, okay, Nicholas, can you send me a short bio, or like a short note about yourself and what you do and a summary, you don't have to go typing things. Just tell them, I'm sending you a link. I'm sending you an About Me link. Just click on the link, go and get the information there, and maybe, you know, summarize it and get what is necessary for the information for the work you want. So you don't always have to be typing, or you don't always have to be sending you don't always have to be sending documents. If somebody tells you, okay, Nicholas, I want to get to know a bit of what you do, just send them a link and then tell them, yeah, maybe if you go through on that link, you are going to find a bit of information about me, so that it's easier for you as a researcher. Because here you can showcase, I will show you here, you can showcase what you do, all those things, and a lot of information. Then currently in the publishing industry, before I get to preprints, I want to showcase this other, the sites that I have just talked about, so that we move in some form of order. I will start with the Google Scholar account. These ones I'm just showing so that you get to understand how powerful these things can be. So this is my Google Scholar profile. So it has the citations, the H index, the I-10 index, all that, and all the papers that I have published over the years. You see, all of them. So if somebody wants to see, maybe you have applied for a job and they just want to do a background check, they can be able to see all that you have done, and they can be able to verify that indeed this guy has done quite some work. If you let's sort by year and see that the first I started publishing, the first paper that I published was in 2014, and that was out of my master's thesis, these ones. So I think it's a good thing for you to go on this platform and just see whatever it is that you can update, and make it that if somebody comes there, they know. In fact, this one is the paper that I have just published out of my, this is scoping review out of my PhD work. So yes, so that is the first thing. So if you don't have a Google Scholar account, go and create a Google Scholar account. If you have one that is not updated, go and update it. Okay, I will stop sharing this, and then I will share the next one. Mine is just to inspire you. I hope this will inspire you so that you can try as much as you can to be able to be on these platforms where I don't want to assume. Okay, I'm going to share the next one. The next one here is reviewer credits. I told you about reviewer credits, where you can always get credit for the review work that you do. So just click on, when you go, just search for reviewer credits. You just create a free account. They are not charging you anything. So this is the number one solution to find, reward, and engage peer reviewers. So when you are on this platform, journals will find you, and if they want to engage you on peer review, they can. So I'm just going to check when you click on your profile, because it's just an account you create, then you can log in with all your credentials, that you password and all those things. So this is basically my profile. So it has a lot of other information that is not very necessary for you, but then I have linked it to my social media. I have linked it to my LinkedIn, Twitter, Academia, Scopus, ORCID. I've linked it to everything. So if somebody comes here, they can reach anything they want through here. So go and create an account here. If you are a researcher, if you've been doing review, go and create an account here. I will stop sharing that, and then I will share with you something here. I will share with you what we call a certificate that you can download from that platform. So on reviewer credits, you can download peer review certificate also, showing that you have been doing peer review. How many every year they will be showcasing every year. So you have a very beautiful certificate that you can download from reviewer credits, showing the kind of review you've done, including the papers that the journals you've worked for, you've reviewed for. Imagine all this for free. So go and create an account on reviewer credit, so that you can be able to also have this kind of things. The other one that I want to show, I'm just showing the ones I've talked about, so that we are in tandem with what it is that we are supposed to be seeing. Mine is to challenge you. I'm doing this so that I challenge whoever is not active on these things to go and, so this one is my ORCID. So this is my ORCID ID. This is unique. There is no researcher who has this all over the world. So most journals these days, when you're submitting a paper, they will ask you to submit your ORCID ID. That will make it easier. If maybe there is another Nicholas or Outa who is also in the field of fisheries and aquaculture, if they publish a paper and you want to claim that that paper is mine, the journal will just say it's simple. Just send us your ORCID ID so that we can confirm whose paper this is, because that one is unique. So this one is like your online CV. It has your biography. You can write a short biography about what you do, employment. You can write about your education. You can write about your professional activities that you have done. You can write now your works, your publications are all here. The talks, the publications, the seminars, all of them are here. So all of it is listed here so that it keeps all these records for you. So if somebody asks you to just send them this link, you just send this link. When they click on the link, they can be able to see all this about you. I will stop sharing that. Mine is to, mine is to challenge you to go and create accounts on this. The other thing that I talked about was an About Me page, so that you don't go around uploading documents all the time. If somebody tells you, okay, Nicholas, send me a short bio about yourself, then you have to upload a document. Don't do that. Create an About Me page for free and just showcase what you do. I have a short video, an introductory video there. Then I have whatever is written about me. I'm a PhD student, part-time lecturer in fisheries and aquaculture at Maseno University. I have a master's degree, all those things. That is all written here, including my current research and what it's talking about. Then contact me through all that. And then I have a link that people can book if they want to, if they want one-on-one training session in scientific writing and communication. There is a Calendly link they can. And then I have all my social media and other accounts linked down here. So somebody just clicks and then they can go to Google Scholar, my Facebook account, my LinkedIn account, my ORCID ID, and X. All that is just under About Me. And I have always put this as a signature, this link as a signature to my email. So even through my email, somebody can easily just access all this about me. I have stopped sharing that. I am going to the next one. As I said, mine is just to show, to challenge you. If you are not there on these platforms, go and create them. Here, I want to show you this is now my LinkedIn profile. As I said, you see the background is talking about aquaculture and the youth in aquaculture, whatever it is. I'm not telling you this is the best profile so far, but I'm just showing you, if you're not active on these places, go and be active. I just want to show you one thing. So About Me, here you've written all about you. And sometimes when you are anticipating that there is a potential firm or a potential employer that can be visiting your profile soon. You see, this one I edited a few days ago because there's a job I applied for, and they wanted somebody who is a super trainer who also has experience in field farmer school training in aquaculture. I had just inserted this because in anticipation, because this person told me he saw what I do on LinkedIn, but he said I've not really dug deep into. So I said it only took me 10 minutes. So I think when he went there, he realized that I have this on my LinkedIn profile. Yeah, it's just about being smart. So with a deep understanding of the fisheries and aquaculture sector, I train and mentor many smallholder fish farmers on various aspects of fish farming and as a business. I am a super trainer and I've developed several farmers training materials, especially for farmer field school training. This is just something I edited, okay? So I'm just showing you how then you can be, and then I can show a few of the things that I post here and how I share about the work that we do, so that you see that it's not about you don't post too much details, but I'm just I don't know where it's not. Okay, I'll give you one. I'll just show maybe one. So this one has been about aquaponics, my research work that I'm doing at Maseno, but I just want to look for maybe one. just bear with me. I'm going to, I just want to show, because I'm showing you how you can use this place to show your research. So this is when I harvested my bulb onions from my aquaponics unit, but then I didn't try it much. You see? So when you are posting some of these things, like this one is my aquaponics unit in Maseno. So if somebody wants to talk about aquaponics and they're not sure where to start from, they will say, there's this guy who has been posting on LinkedIn about aquaponics. Can I reach out to them? You see? So when I am, I have done something from somewhere, then I also, like this is when I harvested all my crops out of my research project. And I just shared all that, and people are really interested in knowing what I'm doing, and people are asking questions. And when you go for conferences, you can always you just post a few here and there and tell very short stories so that people get to follow whatever it is that you're doing. I will also stop sharing that. I'm going to the last one. So that here was just to challenge you so that you get to see all that there is out here, the power of visibility. This one, I think this one I already showed. So basically, that is part of what I wanted to show. I will go back to my presentation so that I finish, and then we allow people to ask questions, and then we do discussions. I'll just go back to my presentation here. That was just to show some of the things, because then I don't want to be talking about things and then you are not sure whether I preach what I drink or I drink what I preach. So preprints are also becoming predominant, and Training Center is part of a preprint community. That is, in fact, our director is one of the founders of one of the preprint repositories called Africa Archive. I'll talk about it in brief. So these are online, preprints are online repositories containing works or data associated with scholarly papers, not yet peer-reviewed or accepted by traditional academic journals. So sometimes you have a paper that is ready, you want to send it out for publishing, but then you realize it will take too long because of obviously the back and forth that is associated with peer review. So peer review can take a very long time. So you can always publish these papers as preprints, and preprints also get DOIs, and especially if you publish it on Africa Archive, it gets a DOI. So this paper can be undergoing peer review, but then people are already seeing it and citing it online. So you can always publish your papers as preprint. So maybe after this, you can just go and search for Africa Archive, and that is the spelling. Yeah, you can go and check this. Of course, these materials will also be shared, so you can also be able to follow up because those links are active. So you can click on the links, and then you can be able to visit and see what is there. So I published this paper as a preprint in 2018, and by the time I was publishing it now in a conventional paper, it had been cited almost 5 times. Then I now published it as in a conventional journal. Somebody will ask, if you publish it online as a preprint and you submit it again to be reviewed as a peer review, don't you think the journal will have a problem? There are so many journals these days that I know have what we call preprint policy. They will tell you that if you have a preprint, or if the paper you are submitting to us has been submitted or published, archived somewhere as a preprint, just give us the link to that preprint version so that we get to see, or we are sure that it is online, okay? And then somebody also asks about, how do I identify a journal to publish in, or how do I mitigate predatory publishing? And what is a predatory journal? Maybe somebody can tell us what you think a predatory journal is. If you hear people talking about predatory journals, what are predatory journals in your own judgment? Anyone?
Yes, doctor and colleagues.
Yes.
Yeah, I think according to my understanding, a predatory journal is a journal which does not meet the international standards, and it does not follow some ethical issues critically, and therefore when you publish in such kind of a journal, your research is not credible enough to be accepted or honored by many scholars. That's according to my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've said it very well. Any other person who also wants to contribute? If you hear people saying, okay, I published my paper in a predatory journal, what does that mean in your own understanding? Anyone? We say there's no right or wrong here.
Hello. Could I say it's a place where you feel your work is not, it's not safe and people could easily, steal it or manipulate it in some way? Unethical, very unethical journals.
Yeah, thank you. I think the bottom line is about the ethics of scientific publishing or scientific communication. So they don't follow those ethical standards that are set. And like the core principles, when you go to the core principles, you will see what all those are. But there are several ways through which you can identify them. One is most of them are not indexed in any of these reputable databases. So you find they're not indexed in the DOAJ, which is Directory of Open Access Journals. They are not indexed in Scope. They're not indexed. Some of them are just not indexed anyway, or they are indexed in some funny databases that are not really, that you don't recognize. So when you see a journal that is not indexed anywhere else, or they are indexed in some of these funny journal or funny databases, then it raises up eyebrows. The other thing is also some of these journals will just be sending you unsolicited emails. You have somebody's reaching out to you, asking you to submit papers. Why are you soliciting? Why are you asking me to submit papers? And sometimes they send you so many emails, and you ask yourself, why is this happening? It's happening because they are in business. They don't care about the quality of the work they are supposed to be publishing. They are just in business. They just want to collect money. They don't care whether you publish trash or not. They don't care pretty much. The other thing is about, sometimes you go onto their websites and you find there are glaring mistakes on their websites, and sometimes they allocate themselves what we call not H indexes, but impact factors. You find they allocate themselves very ridiculous impact factors. And the other thing is also, there are people who think that if a journal is asking you for money, then that is a predatory journal. Article processing fee is a standard procedure in the publishing industry. There are those that ask for article processing fee, and of course, there are those that do not ask for article processing fee, depending on their policies. But there are some journals that are not predatory, but are asking for article processing fee. So that cannot be. But most predatory journals will not display the article processing fee on their site. They will tell you that once your paper is accepted, we will tell you how much you need to pay. So you just know clearly that this one is a business person. Maybe he's just seated somewhere in his house or in some small office somewhere, and he has created a website. So this is just for soliciting for papers from people, and just collecting money and putting those papers online. And sometimes when you read their papers, you realize the papers are not even structured. They are not edited in any way, or sometimes they are edited very well. Some of them are very good at what they do, but then they don't really do quality. But the most important thing is most of them don't do any peer review, because they're in business. They want to churn out as many papers as possible so that they get as much money as possible. So you submit a paper today. In the evening or tomorrow morning, you receive an email telling you that your paper has been accepted for publication, that you just need to pay. I don't know whether anybody has had any experience like this. Anybody?
Yes, myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that provision. I was searching for journals, then I got one. Then I submitted as they prescribe how you should submit. Then they told me without any scrutiny, they just said they have checked and it is ready for publishing. I should pay the amount, and they send the details of payment I should make and how I should make the payment. But I did not respond after that.
Yeah, because
then after that, they kept sending me follow-up emails. If I've already done it elsewhere and I'm no longer interested with them, I let them know so that they drop me because I'm in their list, something like that. So I all gave it up.
Yeah, so you see, these are people who are just interested in the money you want to give them. They really don't care whether this paper is of good quality or not. No, for a researcher, if you publish in some of these journals, you could be throwing away a very good piece of science, and you are throwing it into a journal where nobody will even see it. Some of these journals are not visible completely. They will put it on their websites. They're not even promoting those websites, so nobody even sees those websites. You also don't want to publish with a journal that is not indexed in any database, not even Google Scholar. How will people see your work? Because not everyone will visit the journal's website to see your paper. So the paper has to be visible online. If it's not visible online, so ask them those hard questions. What is the article processing fee if it's not displayed on their website? Do you do peer review? And what are your peer review policies? Because if they accept papers without peer review, then it means that they are not doing anything. They're just churning out papers. The other thing that you can also check is when you go on their website, just pick one of the editors or one of those people, maybe the chief editor or somebody, and just Google their names and see whether they are active researchers. Because sometimes you are told this one is a professor in physics or a professor of chemistry. And then you realize this name does not even exist. Oh, this guy, the last time he published a paper was in 1985. This is somebody who does not have an idea of what is happening in the industry right now. So those are some of the telltale signs of what really should trigger you. And, that will give you an idea of, a journal that is not really good enough. Okay, let me know what's happening here. So in making...
Doc, please, I have a question, but I didn't find it. Please raise my hand.
Yes, got it.
My question is, does it mean once they are indexed in Google Scholar, it means they are not predatory? Or?
I didn't get, you are asking if a journal is?
Yes, once you find a journal like that is indexed in Google Scholar, doesn't mean it's likely not to be predatory.
No, I think there are Google Scholar is a bit, there's quite a bit of discussions about Google Scholar that I really don't want to get into, but Google Scholar for me is not the best place. It's not, of course it will make your work visible somehow, but it's not the best database to use for judging a journal. And most of the journals, I always, there are other databases, like in your field, maybe the field of medicine, you could be talking about maybe PubMed or those things. PubMed, you could be talking about DEC or African Journals Online, AJOL. So if they're indexed in those other databases apart from just Google Scholar, then that also gives you an idea. It could be a credible journal. I have seen several journals that are that don't do anything like peer review, but then they are indexed in Google Scholar. That's something I have seen. So Google Scholar might not be a very good criteria. So just check again. And if they claim to be indexed in, let's say, if they claim to be indexed in DOAJ, which is Directory of Open Access Journals, or they claim to be indexed in AJOL, which is African Journals Online, just go on AJOL and search for the name of that journal. If you don't find it there, just know that these people are lying. So it's good to do what we call due diligence. Part of what we need to look at is the circulation. So you want a journal that has wide circulation, which means more people will read it. Acceptance rate. A low acceptance rate, which in case that the journal receives numerous submissions and can select only the best articles to publish. Now, you want a journal. We are not saying that you don't want a journal that does not reject papers. But if a journal has an acceptance rate, for example, of only 10%, then as a researcher, I think it's a gamble sometimes, because if a journal is only, of all the papers that are sent to them, for every 100 papers sent, they only accept 10, or they only accept and publish 10, then the chances of your paper being accepted are just 10%. But if you find a journal that has an acceptance rate of 50%, for example, then you know the chances of your paper being accepted there is 50-50. If you have a journal whose acceptance rate is 90%, then you start having issues with that journal, or even 80%, because then you have to ask yourself, if 100 papers are sent, what are the odds that 80% of 80 of those papers are good enough to be published? So mostly we are talking about 50-60. That is what I've seen so many people recommending. We will look at one of those journal finders and see the different acceptance rates. The other thing that I've talked about is the editorial team. These editorial members should be known, and they should be people in the field, and they should be, most probably professors or people who are active. They might not be professors. They might not even have PhDs, but they should be active in the field. If you Google their names, you find they're actively doing research, they're actively publishing. Okay. Then the citation index, this one is also another one that has had a lot of debates about, because then people sometimes keep asking, how are these computed? So, you know, because you find journals talking about half-life, a long citation half-life, that is, the journal is cited often over time, maybe is expressed in years before and after the current year of interest. So this is just how many times has this paper been, how many times have papers published by this journal been cited, maybe in the previous year or over the last 10 years. Those might not be, because then journals can easily also manipulate some of these things. And even impact factor. Sometimes you go and find a journal has given itself an impact factor of 10. Then you ask yourself, where is this coming from? Because then they can just allocate themselves these things and then put it on their platform. So just to woo people who are not very clear, and then they will say, oh, okay, I've seen a journal here that has an impact factor of 5 and they have accepted my paper. Then you realize that is just written on their website, but you are dealing with that predatory journal. Now, one of the best ways that you can use, you can start with this site. You just go and Google think, check, submit.
Doc, before we move so far from the issues of predatory journals, I wanted to ask something.
Yes.
Why are the predatory journals allowed to operate in the industry? Are there no regulations of the journals? That's something I put on the chart, but I think it still relates to what we are discussing. If you could help me clarify on that. I thought maybe this industry of journals are also regulated by some way, so that those predatory elements are hard to enter into the business. Because I look at it as if they are hackers in the IT system, where they join and then operate illegally there, and then it is difficult to catch them. But are these people not known? Can they be, booted out of the system in a way? I don't know. I'm just thinking about, is it not regulated industry or not? And then when you talk about acceptance rate, is there a way the students, for example, can know how to assess the acceptance rates of the journal? Where can we find that? Is it in their website? I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody wants to respond to the first one? Is the publishing industry not regulated? Why are we still having predatory journals when we know they are doing harm to science? Who wants to maybe give their opinion before I go? Anybody?
Yes, I could try. Hi, Nicholas.
Hi.
Okay, I'll give an example. I'll try to answer this question by giving a similar example. Architecture industry is regulated, but they are quacks. So it means that even if the publishing industry were regulated, there's still possibility of people operating in the black market. So it depends on the scientists to ensure that they do due diligence before they submit their work for publication.
Thank you for that, and I will combine that with there's a question. Yes.
Thank you. You know, the question the gentleman is asking is a good one, because we know that publishing is to most instances is a business, and there are many ways that others have explored how to make money through it. And being online is one good thing. Anybody can create anything and stay online and try and make it a business. But of course, you know that Safaricom across MTN Uganda, where I am, Airtel, all those, those service providers are highly regulated, but they are what we call buffets, bring a lot of manyangas within their systems. And similar to other professions like medical, legal, they are highly regulated. There are lots of quacks within their system still. So it is hard for us to say maybe publishing, since it's highly regulated, they stop being there. They will always be there, and they try their best to make systems better. That's why you always ask yourself why hackers are there. They help us do checks and balances and see how we can have systems done accordingly. But of course, it is you being sharp, it's you being smart, it's you knowing what is right. So do such trainings that gives you our best to upskill, reskill, and become more skilled in all these aspects of publishing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephen, for that. I think that wraps it up. However controlled the system is, there will always be quacks. You've given a very good example of the medical industry, where we have medical boards, and in Kenya we have, I think, the Medical and Poisons Board, I think, something like that. But then you still find quacks who have never gone to any medical school, and they have clinics and they're treating people and they're killing people every day, but people still keep going there because human beings never learn. So I think that is one of the things in this industry. The publishing, it's a business. I wish I'm not going to mention the names of some of these journals, but or these publishers. But there's a publisher that is making almost, I think their last year's profit was almost 3 million. Was it 3 million or 30 million? I don't know. I think it's around 300 million US dollars. 300 million US dollars. And there are those that are doing $188 million per year, and they are not even paying reviewers. You edit for them for free as an editor. Like for us who are maybe sometimes you're an editor that is just starting out, you edit for them for free, you review papers for them for free. They don't pay, they don't even fund research, but then they make all this money. Now, when people see this kind of profit, everyone wants to jump into this business because they see there are scholars out here who might not know how to differentiate between a genuine publisher and one that is predatory. Plus, you know, this issue about publish or perish. So everybody's rushing to publish, and we want, if I feel like, okay, I can give you a leeway, I can give you an easier way of publishing, then, you know, I can prey on that. So the industry is regulated. I don't know to what extent, because I am just a user of the industry. I'm not really into the industry that much, but I'm very sure there's a way they are correct. And that's why we have the core principles, for example, that all journals should follow that. And that's why we have platforms like DOAJ, where you're saying that if you are publishing in open access, you should have your journals registered under DOAJ. Or if you are a journal in Africa, you should be under the African Journals Online, and you should be registered there. I don't understand why there are journals that are publishing, for example, in Africa, and they are not under the African AJOL, African Journals Online. So I might not really be able to understand, but as Stephen said rightly, it's up to you to do what we call due diligence. And that is part of what we are doing today. So as I said, one of the things that you start with is this think, check, submit. But before I come here, I have seen someone on TikTok asking that somebody advised them that you should not share your work as preprint before it is published. It depends on what platform. On Africa Archive, if you put your paper there as a preprint, it is going to be given a DOI. So that DOI is a persistent identifier, which means that if somebody picks your work and purports that it is theirs, but you have a DOI, it's like a paper that is pretty much published, because then it has a DOI that is provided by Crossref. So you still can go back and say, okay, I published this paper on this as a preprint.
Jude.
Hello? Okay, I published this paper on Africa Archive. This is the DOI. It has a link and a DOI. And even Africa Archive, when you publish papers as preprints on Africa Archive, it's visible on Google Scholar.
What are you doing inside? You have not finished sweeping. I don't want to see you in that kitchen. Come and sweep here. What have you been doing since we left early morning? You didn't sweep. Now you want to go inside kitchen.
MBC, please mute. So,
okay. Sorry.
So what happens is, in those cases, when you don't just go around, sending your manuscripts everywhere to all these, maybe some of these preprint platforms that do not have DOIs. So Africa Archive will give you a DOI. Then when it is finally published in a conventional journal, it will now be uploaded on Africa Archive as a postprint. And then the DOIs are now merged. So it's one paper, it's one identifier. So it's given as another version, as an upgraded version of the preprint that you uploaded. And you can even pull down the preprint version, the preprint document, and now only replace it with the postprint document. That is something that Africa Archive allows. Now, how do you deal with predatory journals? One of them is go on this site, and just click on think, check, submit. So I will show, but also it's a very simple website. So I'm just bringing it to your attention that you can go on this website and check. So you need to think about certain things. It will ask you certain questions, and then there are a few lists. There's a checklist that you have to check. When you tick on most of them, then you can be able to submit your paper. But if you don't know, if most of the answers to the checklist is no, then don't submit your paper there. I will demonstrate so that you get to see. But then there is something I want to show. I will just stop sharing this and show you something before we now get a chance to ask questions, because I think we have done almost an hour. That has gone very fast. Okay, so let me just show you something here. Most journals these days, most of these publishers have what we call journal finders. I just want to show you an example here. So most journals, these days, most journals have what we call journal finders. So you just go on Google and
alinipea ikosi nilirudia kwa Karo nikamwandikia yetu alinirudishia.
Please mute, Janet. Please mute. Thank you so much. So if you want to publish your paper with Springer, for example, or you want to publish on Taylor and Francis, you want to publish on Elsevier, for example. So let's use the example of Elsevier. So you just click on Journal Finder, then click on Elsevier. So you know that all the journals you are going to find are on Elsevier, and Elsevier is not predatory. So you know that you are really dealing with the right journal. So what you do is you just come and just give me 1 minute so that I can look for an example of a paper here, so that I can put manuscripts here. Just a minute. I'm looking for a paper because I want to. Okay. So what they want you to do is just paste the abstract of the paper here. So what I'll just pick the abstract of this paper here. I'll pick the abstract and then paste it here. I've picked the abstract, I've pasted the abstract there. And then once you paste the abstract, you just click on Find Journals. And based on the abstract, the journal finder will recommend several journals for you. So here we have 40 journals that match your paper. Now, what you will look at, you find here we have the impact factor here, the site score, the time to first decision, the time to acceptance, and the acceptance rate. All is here, you see? And now you know whether you can, if you want to publish open access, then you know how much you need to pay the article processing fee. Then this is the second journal. All the details are there. The article processing fees here. Aquaculture reports. These are all the details. So you just, there are 40 of them, imagine. So this one, like in this one, you publish free of charge, you see. For this one, you don't pay anything. But the acceptance rate is not there and the impact factor is not there. Journal of the Saudi Society of Agricultural Sciences. So you can now decide, okay, I only want to publish in papers in journals that are publishing with Elsevier, but they're not charging anything. So this is one way of finding journals. So this is a very good way of finding journals. You can just come to Journal Finder, and this is just one of them. You can even do journal finders for using, if you are not really keen on publishing with Elsevier. Let's say you are keen on publishing with Springer, for example. Then you just click on find the right journal for your paper. You will insert, paste the abstract there. Then you find journals here. So these are journals that are under Springer. let's find journals here. Okay, we have found them already. So these are the journals that have now been recommended based on what you have written. And the relevance is here, the level of relevance. This one is very strongly relevant to your paper. They keep reducing as it goes, you see, these ones. So you can pick any of them. Let's say this one, maybe we want this one. Just click on the journal that you want and then go to their website, and you can either submit your paper from here, or you, most of the time when you come to this site, you read the aims and scope, and you can also check the editorial board. But the aims and scope will give you an idea of the kinds of the areas around which these people publish. So you can be able to read that, and you also need to read what we call instructions to authors, so that like submission guidelines here, so that you know how then do you edit your paper before you submit. All these things are here, my friends. So basically, that is what I wanted to show with regard to research visibility, selecting journal, the selection strategy, the strategy that you can use to select journals, and anything else that we needed to know. Now, I'm giving us some time so that we can be able to discuss anything that we need to discuss. And I will allow people to ask questions, give comments, or give any other feedback that they think they need to give before we get to the next part of this training. But for this, that was the end of what I wanted to show you. What do you think about the visibility platforms that I have shown you? Anybody who is on those platforms, what do you think? Has it really challenged you, or has it made you feel like you really need to do a bit more in terms of making yourself and your research visible? I will mute for 2 minutes or for 10 minutes so that people can get now to contribute.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Hello,
we can
my
hear
name
you.
my name is Ebisi Njideka. Yeah, it's been awesome, getting new sites about visibility, especially to the point that we need to always go to our platforms and review it and update it. Because sometimes we think we have everything online, but the need for updates becomes very imperative. This session has opened our eyes, and to understanding that the fact that when we keep reviewing our page, visibility becomes very, very versatile, very, very wide. Then, of course, I have an issue, like you said, that Scopius is not, Google Scholar may not be the best best platform for judgment. Like I have some of my papers on Google Scholar, very few, not very rich citations or very wide citations, but I keep getting from other platforms like Academia Edu on daily basis, people who view my work, people who do some citations, but they are not on Google Scholar. So but in my school, they keep emphasizing on Google Scholar, but there are other platforms where you get reviews that are not on Google Scholar. So does it not count for you? Like ResearchGate, you keep getting on emails how many people cited your work, somebody who reviewed your work, who viewed your work and your profile, but they are not also seen on Google. They are not as same as Google Scholar or cited on Google Scholar, those reviews. But our school will always mention Google Scholar as if it's the only platform. So I want you to throw more insight on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the case with my school as well. They view Google Scholar as the ultimate truth teller about the impact of researchers. And I think there is what we call Plan S. Not Plan S was about open access. There is what we call the DORA Convention. So DORA was now, the DORA Convention, I think TCC was part of the signatories of the DORA Convention, that we were thinking, the thinking was that we need to think about different ways of, how do you say, different ways of evaluating research impact rather than just the citations. We need to think about, as a researcher, for example, have you been able to maybe get funding? Have you been able to give talks? Because these are things that might not appear on Google Scholar. If you are relying on Google Scholar to see how powerful your researcher is, or to see the contribution of your researcher, then you are denying this researcher a lot of credit, because there are other platforms that can also be used to measure the impact of this scholar, but then you are not allowing them, or you are not giving them credit based on those platforms. So I think these are continuous conversations, and that's why we really need to have occasions like these ones where we discuss other ways through which impacts can be measured. We might not really get into the mainstream, because most of the people managing our research directors at the different universities or at the different research institutions, our VCs, I know some of them, maybe some research directors of research could be on this call. I'm not saying they are not aware, but it's difficult now to change the way people view things. It's difficult for, and most of them are also used to doing things the old way. So if you want to tell them that, okay, there are other platforms like the Reviewers Credit or Pablon, so you want to tell them about, they will tell you, those are not things that I know. The only thing that I know is Google Scholar. So those are the challenges that we have. But we keep telling these people that, hey, this is not the only platform that you can use to judge my credibility or my impact as a researcher. Any other person that also wants to give their view?
Doc. Hello?
Yes, Godwin.
Yes, so basically I would like to also add that joining this session today has been really eye-opening, because I remember several times I received a notification from academia.edu to review paper, but I actually thought they were not credible because I didn't know anything about it. But I don't know how I managed to be receiving a notification from them to even review papers. And so like I didn't really consider them as, I thought they were actually a predatory website. But today's session has really opened my eyes, and I'm now considering going back to really organize myself on that platform. So, and also about the reviewer credits and the sites you have given, I really appreciate. So this is my addition to the discussion.
Thank you for that. I am really happy. I'm happy that this session opened some insights, and it really inspired you to get new insights about some of these platforms. I think we know different things, and that's why it's good for us to be able to share, because with that, when you meet someone, you can always tell them, okay, maybe you just need to have an account on this, you need to have an account on this, so that they are able to showcase their work. You don't want to be doing a lot of work and nobody sees what you are doing. Any other person before we get to the next one? Any other person?
Yes. No. Okay. This is really well. Just like what the other speaker just said, I also received notification for a review of a paper on health, even though that's not my field, but it's from Sierra Leone. So I'm also trying to see how best I can at least read around but with the presentation, I think that will help me basically on what exactly to look for in terms of reviewing and maybe critiquing some of these papers. Because most of the time when I get some of these notifications, well, the question I will ask is that, how do they get in touch with me? Yeah. Even though I have a LinkedIn profile, most of the time I've been contacted to do a lot of national studies. But since it's within my country, Sierra Leone, and then that's what really may give me interest to, I think, do further work on it. But thanks for the presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm just happy that this has inspired and also, opened new insights on some of these things. I have seen someone on TikTok saying, I'll just check. There's a guy called Chikole on TikTok. He's saying that journals charge very high article processing fees, but they don't pay editors, they don't even pay peer reviewers. And this is exploitative kind of business. And that's why it is difficult to find peer reviewers, because somebody will say, okay, you are charging maybe $1,000 or $2,000 to publish one paper, and you want me to review that paper, sometimes even twice or thrice, for free without giving me anything. And some journals are now allowing people that if you review for them, then they can reduce the article processing fee for you. Or if you review for them, they can, if you review a certain number of papers, they can allow you now to maybe publish one paper for free. They are trying to give some sort of incentives, but the incentives they are giving is negligible compared to the profits they are making. Now, I think this gives me a very good place to start for my next presentation, because my next presentation is about open science. And what importance is science if it is hidden behind a paywall? How many people have been frustrated when you find a very nice paper in your field, but then you are told you have to pay or subscribe to be able to access that paper? Maybe you can share your experience. How has that experience been to you?
For me, this is Godwin. For me, it's been frustrating and really hard. And that brings me to the point, actually reviewing, I think has really helped me a lot, because these days I just download papers for free. And as I speak, like I have like 500 days of free access to articles on Elsevier and Science Direct. So generally, I think I've benefited reviewing papers for some journals. Yes. So sometimes it's not entirely true that we don't get benefits, because articles that people will pay a lot of money to get, I just download it for free, because I'm privileged to review for at least some good journals which are indexed on Elsevier.
Yeah, for me, that's great feedback, that you can also now be able to access papers for free. So review work, that's an incentive, so people can review because they know that my effort will be appreciated. But do you think hiding a paper behind a paywall, do you think it's a disservice to the scientific community, or do you think because they are doing business, it's okay?
Excuse me, doctor and colleagues.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I know before we continue further, I like visiting academia website to get some information on some scholarly items. And one time it requested me to register, where I had to enter my name, my email address, and some other personal information. But then they were able to give me some days to access items even behind the paywall for free. But what has perturbed me, or has confused me, is that sometimes they send some message to my email that my paper has been cited, yet I have not submitted any paper. And sometimes the people who cite the paper are outside my profession. You find them sending for me email that my paper of engineering has been cited, my paper of medical or health has been cited, and it has never happened true because I've never submitted those kind of papers. And then they go to the extent of saying, sometimes sending a message that I am left with the 50% to pay the premium pay the premium fee to access everything. Don't you think that one is a sort of predatory or whatever? I don't know whether it's a business language or what. I don't know. It confuses me sometimes. And that one has made me to stop, reading or answering or replying their email messages that they sent to me. Thank you very much.
Anybody wants to give, but then for me, I just ignore. Mostly I ignore messages unless they are direct from somebody who is contacting me from that platform. But if it is just emails from those platforms, I just ignore them. I see them and either delete or I just ignore them. These platforms like academia.edu, these are also, the truth is everyone is looking for money, and the publishing industry is quite a big business. So they are also in business. They are also trying to make money. So maybe there are people, even on LinkedIn, you get messages asking you to, they're telling you you can now upgrade to LinkedIn Premium at 50% cost, or things like this. So I think those are things that are normal. When you are asking about them telling you that your paper has been cited, that your paper of engineering, I have not received those emails, because mine, I always receive information about actual papers that are there. Yes, Josephine, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I've had hello? Want to make a contribution. I've had an experience whereby I published a paper. I referred that paper to my students to download it, and my students were not able to download. They were told to pay certain amounts in euro before they will be able to download the paper I published, and it was so frustrating. That was an ugly experience to me at that time. So when I tried to also download the paper, I was told to pay for me to download to my own paper. What could be the cause of such a scenario? Thank you.
In fact, the second part, I thought you were not going to add the second part, because I have papers that I published myself, but I'm not able to access them. This is what happens. Most journals have what we call, we'll talk about it, but they have different open access policies. They will tell you that if you want to publish open access, you pay us 1,000 Kenya shillings, $1,000 or 1,000 euros. Then we will publish it, and it will be open access directly. So people will not have to pay anything to read. Or we can publish this paper for you for free, but then people will pay to read it. So those people include yourself, because once we publish it, it now belongs to us, because we published it for you, and we are now not allowing you to read it because you did not pay us to publish. Now, there's a time we were having, I was training some editors for a journal that I will not mention. So they had recruited young editors and young reviewers, and TCC was training them. So I was also participating in that training. And we were asking this journal, why do you charge all this amount of money? And this work is done by, this is the argument. I am the one who has written a proposal for funding. My proposal has been funded. I have designed experiments. I've gone to the field. I've collected data. I have analyzed this data. I have written the paper and submitted to you. But you want to now use my paper to make money, and you're not giving me that part of that money. It's not fair. That is the argument we were giving. Who can guess what their answer was? Just guess. We were asking them, why are you eating my money, my sweat? Because then I'm the one who did everything. Why is it that you want to make money out of my own research without allowing me to benefit? What do you think their answer was? Yes,
excuse me. This is Alison.
yes, Alison.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm predicting the response may be, if you are able to use your paper to get money, why didn't you publish it yourself? So it means the site they're using, the website they're using to publish your paper belongs to them, and therefore they are the one making your paper available to everyone who needs your information. So you don't need to, you don't deserve some benefits from it. But if you were able to do it, you would have done it on your own. They would have even answered you like that. Thank you.
Their answer
for me, yes. I think that if you had asked me and I was one of them, I would see that you really have a very strong point, because you are the one who sweated much and you gave us this job, because the job we are doing of publishing is not as much as the job you did to make the product consumable to people. So if you had asked me and I was one of them, I would expect the answer to be, we shall explore and find a way of how to respond to your concern. We shall take it into consideration and give you feedback. I think they will give you a kind of a generic response, which is not specific, not clear whether they will pay you or not, but they will give you rooms to imagine that there is room for negotiation, they may pay you. I think that's the kind of answer they will give you, not a specific answer to it. That's what I guess they might have given you. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilfred. Unfortunately, their answer was the first one that was given by Tongu. They said, do you know, why are you publishing? I think that's the first thing they were asking. Why are scientists publishing? Then, you know, they are leading you with those questions. We were talking to their chief editor. And not chief editors, these are people who are paid because then they're the ones running the journal. So they asked, why are researchers in Africa publishing, for example? Then we said they're publishing so that, you know, they can disseminate the results of their work with their fellows, and also, you know, that they can also get promotion and also get credit for their work. And they said, why do they have to publish with us? Why do they publish with journals? They can publish their papers on Facebook. They can publish their papers on their university websites. They can publish their papers on LinkedIn. There are so many websites. Why do they publish with journals like us? Then you answer. You find a good way of answering. You answer like, you know, these are the credible. That is what academia requires. That is what the standards for the industry and stuff. And they said, yeah, we are providing a service. We are providing a service, and out of that service, your university is able to see what you do. Your university is able to promote you. Your peers are able to see what you do, and you are able to get consultancies and jobs because of your paper, because of us making sure that people see what you do. So don't you think we deserve to be paid for that kind of thing? Then we said, yeah, you deserve to be paid. We are not. But then why are you charging exorbitantly? Then they said, how much do you think do you think we should pay? Or how do you value the kind of service we are giving you? Because without somebody in Europe or somebody in India is going to read your work in a journal that they, in their head, they think is credible. And that also speaks to the credibility of the research work that you have published. Do you think they will look at your research work the same way if they found it published on Facebook, or if they found it published somewhere on the website, anywhere on another website? So we have to charge that because we are providing a service that no one else can provide. So you will have to keep paying, and whoever cannot pay will just publish elsewhere. That was what they said. Because if you look at their website, these people are publishing hundreds of papers in a year, and most of them are $2,000 or even $2,500 or euros to publish one single paper. That's why they are making ridiculous profits. Anyway, beyond that, let's look at the power of open science. And I think this was a good place to start, because we are talking about making science open. My thinking was, what I was asking is, let's say research has been funded by taxpayers' money, and I have done something that maybe can help cure cancer, as an example, or can help increase the productivity of our aquaculture systems. And then I publish this paper, and it is hidden behind a paywall. So people will not even be able to read it anyway, because if they cannot afford it, then they will not download and read it. Do you think this is good? Do you think that is a good use of money? Fine. The argument is that we are providing service. Otherwise, you could have just published on Facebook anyway. But I think it's not really sustainable for science to be consumed this way. So we are looking at this. So I'm just going to remind what already the introduction was, that we are an award-winning trust established as a non-profit entity in 2006. We provide capacity support in improving researchers' output and visibility through training in scholarly and science communication. Basically, that's what we have been doing. So yesterday we talked about scholarly and science communication and publication. Today we are talking about a bit of visibility, and also we are also going to talk about other things, other tools. Basically, I think this already was said, but our mission is to contribute to increase in profile locally and internationally of African science and its impact on the life of Africans by improving skills in technical communication in all forms at academia and other relevant forums in Africa. So basically, that's what we do. Now, what is open science? When we talk about open science, I know, because like what we were talking about here is just one pillar of open science. What we are talking about is open access, which is just one pillar of open science. We will talk about all this. I know most of us know about this, but it's a good thing to have this kind of discussion. Okay, so when we're talking about open science, we are talking about open scientific knowledge, open science infrastructure. We're talking about open engagement on societal actors, and open dialogue with other knowledge systems. But this is collaborative approach to research that enables the sharing of data, methods, and results to promote transparency and reproducibility. It encourages collaboration, open access, and public engagement. Basically, that is open science. So when we're talking about open access of these journals, that is what we were talking about. It's a pillar of open science. So somebody is also saying that there's a bit of a disconnect between academia and industry, which is very true. So academia, academics sometimes just think of publishing, but then the industry wants this to be disseminated to them in a way that they can understand. That is why we are talking about open science, so that we make it, because somebody might fail to access the information or the scientific output, not because of a paywall, but either because of package, because of language, or because of the platform on which you have shared it. So that also goes into the issues around open science. So I'm not going to talk about all this because this is just the taxonomy. You can go on the website. I think when we share this, you will see there is a website where you can go and find the taxonomy and just see that under open data, for example, we have open big data, open data definition, open data journals, open data standards. All those are there. I'm not really going into too much detail about this. But let's start by talking about open access. Now, open access is the process of making research available to the public without a paywall. It allows for greater access to research. And for those who are here and have published papers, if you see your papers hidden behind paywalls and those that are open access, you realize that the ones that are open access have more citations than the ones that are hidden behind paywalls. The problem, the reason is that if it's hidden behind a paywall, somebody will try to look for an alternative paper that is close to the title of the title of your paper, but that which is open access. That is what people do. So if I see a very good paper but it's hidden behind a paywall, I will say, okay, let me look for another one that is open access. So I will end up citing the one that is open access and just ignoring the one that is hidden behind a paywall. Why should I go into the pains of trying to pay and all those things? Now, open access is supported by Creative Commons licenses, which are legal documents that allow authors to specify how their work can be used and shared. We are going to look at those licenses. Then we talk about open data. Open data is the practice of making research data available to the public. It allows for greater access to data and enabling people to use the data for their own research. Open data is supported by open data licenses. Licenses can range from allowing others to use and share the data with no restrictions to only allowing certain types of use and sharing. We'll look at the different licenses that are there. Then we have what we call open source. Now, open source is the practice of making software available to the public without a paywall. There are different open source, and some of them are the hardware and softwares that we use in science. We will give examples in a few slides. Now, it allows for greater access to software and hardware, and enabling people to use them for their own research or education. It is supported by open source licenses that allow authors to specify how their software or hardware can be used and shared. Then we have what we call open education. Now, this is where we are making educational materials available to the public. It allows for greater access to educational materials. So here we have open textbooks, open courseware, open access portals, for example. So maybe there are portals where you can go and then we have what we call open peer review. So this is a form of peer review in which the identities of the reviewers are disclosed to the authors and the public. This type of review allows for the authors to receive feedback from the reviewers in a transparent and open manner. It allows for the reviewers to be held accountable for their comments. So sometimes you have either double blind or a single blind review where you don't know, maybe you don't know the person you are reviewing their paper. They also don't know who is reviewing their paper. Sometimes you find single blind where one person knows the other. And then you have double blind where nobody knows anything. But in this case, when you are talking about open review, you know the author and the author knows you while you are reviewing their papers. With this, somebody cannot give comments that are not like the ones that are abusive or those that are derogatory, because then the identity is clear. So you just know who gave that. Okay, then now let's talk about pillars of open science. We have open access as one pillar. So we have talked about this open access as a pillar. Now, this is where the researcher decides where to publish. So you decide where to publish. So then you can publish in open access journals, and most of them are in directory of open access. And then you will then check if you pay the article processing fee, then it becomes automatically. If you pay the open access fee, then it's going to be automatically open. But then you have what we call subscription journals, where you publish, but then people have to subscribe. Then the journal the paper can either be immediately, how do you say? It can either be immediately accessible or not. Then the benefits of open access, I think these are things that we know. So we have more exposure for your work. Practitioners can apply your findings. So somebody was talking about the disconnect between industry and academia. So if we are encouraging open access, then the industry can also access what academia is publishing. Then there's higher citation rates. I think I've talked about this. Your research can also influence policy if we are publishing in open access. Otherwise, your work will not be able to influence policy if people are not able to access it. The public can access your findings. You can be compliant with grant rules. Right now, there's a project we are running that is funded by Horizon Europe, and they have the rule is that you have to publish open access. If you publish one that is not open access, then they don't count that as an output of their project. Okay. Now, there are licenses. I'm not going to discuss all these licenses, but most of the time, the one that is used mostly in the open access ones that we use is CC BY license. CC BY license is attribution non-commercial. So depending on the kind of license we are talking about, so the BY is what now we call, so you can say, okay, this work is done by so-and-so. That's why we are attributing. But the CC BY licenses that we are using is you can attribute. So you can cite, you can use it, but you cite who did it, but you don't use it for commercial purposes. So there are variant common creative licenses, and they have restrictions. So there are 6 main ones, which range from the most restrictive to the least restrictive. So the CC BY license is the one that you just need to attribute. Then there is one that is called attribution, no derivatives, all those. You can go and read. I'll share this so that you go and read and see. But then we are moving from the most restrictive towards the ones that are a bit more accommodating. Okay. Then we have open access journals. I think these are things we have talked about already. Then forms of open access in science. So the researcher decides where to publish. Then you publish in an open access journal. You pay article processing fee, then it becomes immediately open access. Or when you publish in a subscription based, then you can do self-archiving, for example, or all the other things. I think this one I have talked about already. Then we have the green open access. So green open access involves the self-archiving of research papers in an online repository, often authors' own websites or institutional repositories. So when your university publishes your work, or your university archives your proposals and your dissertations and theses on their website, then that is self-archiving. So that is green open access. Okay, so it increases dissemination, economic efficiency, and social impact. So basically, you can use that. Then we have gold open access. So gold open access is the direct publication of research papers in open access journals. Okay, so these journals typically charge a fee for publication, which is often paid by the author or their institution. So that is gold open access, where you pay. And then we have the hybrid. So hybrid is a combination of green and gold open access. It involves the publication of research papers in traditional subscription journals with the option of paying a fee to make the paper open access. So here, the hybrid is where you are told, fine, we can even publish it for free. If you don't have article processing fee, there's no problem. But then people will subscribe. We will keep it behind a paywall, and even yourself will have to pay to read it. But you have the option. You can pay to make it immediately available to other people to read. So you say, okay, I don't have the money, just publish it, and then other people will pay. Then we have diamond access, or platinum open access is the publication of research papers in open access journals that do not charge any fees for publication. So they are open access, but they don't charge. So these journals are typically funded by grants or sponsorships. Platinum is the most cost-effective form of open access, but it is also the least effective in terms of sustainability, because if they are funded by sponsorships or grants, when the grant goes away, then researchers will have to pay. Then we have the licenses. I think I've talked about the licenses. I would really want you to, I don't want to spend a lot of time here. You will just go and check what these licenses look like and what they are. Then the benefits of licenses, I don't think I need to talk about all that. Then the enforcement of licenses. So licenses are enforced by the publishers. If an author violates the terms and conditions of the license, the publisher can take actions to protect their rights. This can include legal action and or the removal of their work from the publisher's website. So if you, for example, if you publish a paper and then they have a feeling that you are sharing this paper, because sometimes they can give you the final copy of your paper and then tell you not to put it, upload it on any platform or not share it, and then they realize you are sharing it while other people should be paying to get it, you are giving it for free, then you have violated the terms of the license, and they can easily just say, okay, we are pulling your paper down from our website. Then we have open data. Open data, I think there's no need of talking about this. So open data operates on what we call fair data principles. So the data has to be findable, it has to be accessible, it has to be interoperable, and it has to be reusable. Okay, so open data is data that is freely available to everyone to access, use, and share. Open data is often made available through open data platforms, which are websites or applications that allow users to search for and access data sets. I think one of them we will talk about today, where you can get data sets that you can download and use, as long as you cite where the data is from. Then benefits of open data, challenges of open data. I think those are things that are very clear. Open data platform, open data portals. These are things you will get to see. I think I talked about open source. So these are softwares and hardwares that are used. And when they are open, then it means that you can use them for free. Then I want to give examples here. So some examples of open source hardware here are like Python, Ubuntu, OpenX, WordPress, all this that people use. So you can always see that these are what we call, and these are what we call open data. Then open peer review, I think I've talked about this, where the reviewer is known. Then open education, I think I've also given examples of this. And then those are the references. I will share this so that you get to, I didn't want to spend too much time there because basically we've talked a lot about open science. I will take it back to Kevina because we need to take a short break and then we come back for the second leg of this presentation. But I want to give somebody a chance to, maybe somebody has a question or has something to add.
Yeah, Doc.
Yes, Godwin.
Yeah, you spoke about the open peer review. How about the one that the reviewers are not known, but the authors are known? That one, is it a credible one, or which one do you recommend?
Journals prefer different forms. Most journals do what we call double blind, where you don't know, the reviewer is not known, the author is not known. So that is double blind. Most journals do that. There's what we call single blind, where either the author is known, you know the author, or the author knows you. Sometimes you find that way. You find the double blind is where none of you knows one another. So you don't know the author does not know you. Single blind is where either you know the author or the author knows you, but the other person does not know the other. So one person knows the other, but the other person does not know. So you know the author, you are reviewing their paper, but they don't know you are the one reviewing their paper. But then when it is open access, open peer review is where everybody, you know, this is so-and-so is the one reviewing my paper. Most journals have done, I've seen ITEL P662L has raised their hand. Yeah. Yes, ITEL.
Apologies, I'm using my phone to do this, Bernard.
Yes, Bernard.
Goruse. Now, my question is, if I publish a paper using open data, can it be accepted?
You have gotten data from somewhere, you've analyzed it, and because we are using data from other people, even the information you are using and citing in your literature review section or in your methodology section, that is someone's data. The most important thing is, have you really identified where you got it from? Have you attributed, or have you, how do you say, have you cited the original owner of this data? Because if it's open data, you will know where the source is, who uploaded this data. And so once you, as long as you do the right attribution, that paper can be published. Just make it clear that this is not my data. I uploaded it. This data was originally uploaded by so-and-so. Mine is to analyze. And so once you cite that person appropriately, or cite the source of that data appropriately, and you do justice to it in terms of analysis and write-up, there's no problem in that. And for Godwin, who was asking, which one would I advise? I don't think there is one that I would recommend. Mostly people prefer the double blind, because then it also reduces what we call bias, because you don't know, you are just doing it without knowing the person you are reviewing their paper. So it also reduces the bias. Hello, Josephine.
Yeah, I want to make an inquiry about this.
Yes.
In open data, who gives the license? Is it the author or the publisher? Because if one uses another person's data without authorization from the author, I think it's plagiarism. So I would like you to throw more light about this licensing.
Now, what happens with the open data is, if I'm uploading my data on an open data platform, then it means that I am committing that my data can be used by someone else. That's why I'm making it open. So when the data goes on that website and a license is given, that license now belongs to the platform where this data is uploaded. So you lose, as the owner of the data, you lose that license, because then it's only safeguarded by the platform upon which you have uploaded your data. Because then this license, you have to sign a form giving because there's even for journals, most journals will send you this policy so that you sign and say, okay, I'm giving you the right, I'm giving you the license, I'm giving you the right to host this data, and someone else can use it. That is what you are going to sign. So if somebody using your data and they have cited you, it means they have adhered to the license that you gave. So when you give this platform a license, the platform now pretty much owns the data.
Open review and blind review, which most prefer?
There are journals that have now been TCC is a partner with pre-review. Pre-review is an open review platform where you can upload your paper, people can help you review it and give you feedback. But not going there. Whatever I want to say is journals have different policies. So there are journals that will recommend open review, those that will recommend blind review. But this is my very personal opinion. I'm not saying this is the standard. I'm saying this is my personal opinion. I think if the review is blind, it becomes a bit more objective, because you don't know the person you're reviewing their paper. You're just reviewing paper. So it makes it, you cannot make judgments of whether to favor this person or to try to be malicious to them, because you don't know their identity. So if you ask me, I prefer blind review over open review. That is my very personal opinion. I'm not saying that is how it should be done. People could have different opinions, but I think if I don't know the person I'm reviewing their paper, or if somebody reviews my paper and they don't know who I am, then they will be more objective, because they don't know me, so they cannot be biased, or their biasness is a bit reduced. Any other comments before we take like 10 minutes break? Okay, Kevina, take us on a break. I will go back to TikTok so that I can also address my friends on TikTok. They have really been following. So Kevina, take us on a break and then we come back on the hour.
Okay, thank you so much, Nicholas. So we'll take a short break. That's about 9 minutes, enough time to stretch your arms and your legs. And in the meantime, you can also write down your names in the attendance list for day 2 that I have shared in the chat. I'm also going to share in a few minutes the evaluation form for this training. So please feel free to give us your feedback and also the resources for researchers. Thank you. See you in 9 minutes. I have shared the Google form in the chat, so just write your names there. Let me just try copy it again.
Please, I'm not seeing the Google form. I'm not seeing the Google form.
Okay, let me just send it to you directly, Josephine.
Okay, thank you.
Not Josephine alone. We can't see it. I also cannot see it.
If you are not able to access the form, just write your name in the chat and then I'll input it for you. This is Kevin Azeni from TCC. Stephen.
Okay. Okay, send the form. I'm filling it now. But day 1, I didn't see this form.
Okay, so I'll put for day 1 as well.
Yeah, because I'm
Just
just
in
seeing
case.
it now. I didn't
Okay.
fill the form on day 1. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm done with day 2. Waiting for the day 1 on.
I'll put it in the chat. Let me also confirm that the responses are open because we closed responses for that specific day.
No, I've not seen it. I'm only seeing the 2. Not seen the 1. Okay, I've seen the 1. I've seen the 1.
Even for me, I didn't see the one.
I've seen it.
Is it on the chat?
Day 1 is also in the chat box. Yes. Day 1 is in the chat box. Yes, Ibrahim, the notes and relevant materials are usually shared after the training. So sometime between today and tomorrow, you're going to be given access to the recordings as well as the training materials. Then please make sure that the names in the attendance list are as you would like to appear in the certificate. So I've also included the evaluation form, which is basically a feedback form, so that we can know what other trainings will be helpful for you in your research life cycle. So please feel free to give us feedback and general comments regarding the course overall. Thank you.
Yes, are we back? I'm seeing we are quite a good number here. So thank you so much for sticking around. For those following on TikTok, we are doing a training in scientific writing and communication. So we are, okay. I'm seeing some feedback. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much for the feedback. We are getting to the second segment of this training where we are talking about scientific writing and communication. And maybe as we start, I want somebody or 3 or 5 people to tell me where they get their research papers from and the challenges they meet. Plus, maybe one person to give me, how do you know of the projects that are currently running in your field or in your country? Maybe if you want to reach out and be part of those projects. So you can also engage on the chat, but I would want some people to just, because the next thing that I want to demonstrate is a site or a database that is called Dimensions AI. And as I said yesterday, we cannot run away from AI. Even in academia, AI has permeated every single part of life, including academia. So we want to start by talking about Dimensions AI and how powerful it is and how it can help you get papers to read, how it can also help you get grant information. Somebody asked, I think on one of my live TikTok sessions yesterday in the evening, how can I get grants for funding, or how can I identify projects that can fund my research, or how can I identify projects that I can work with? That is part of what I'm going to show here. But I want somebody to tell me, where do you get papers from, and what challenges do you meet before we get into the presentation? Anyone, please?
Hi, it's Mably from University of Nairobi, Kenya. I mostly use Google Scholar.
Okay, no problem. You use Google Scholar. Who else uses a different platform? And what challenges do you get with Google? Faith uses PubMed. Anybody else who uses a different platform? Research for
Excuse me,
Life.
Doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I majorly use Google Scholar, but now I want to tell the challenge that I always face, because I use Mendeley as a referencing manager, but then I can only work on, or I can cite papers that can easily be downloaded. There are those ones which are sometimes behind the walls that I cannot use the Mendeley, the referencing manager, to take it to the work that I am writing, or to take to the referencing list. It has become hard for me, and nobody has ever helped me. Thank you.
Yeah, if a paper is hidden behind a paywall, then it's difficult for me to understand how you want to cite it. But that brings me to the second part of what the discussion I wanted to bring about. If you have seen a paper, it's hidden behind a paywall, you have only been able to read the abstract. Do you cite that paper or not? This is an open question to everyone. I think we can have a little bit of some chit chat before we get into the presentation. You've seen a very good paper, but you've only read the title and the abstract and maybe the keywords, but you're not able to access the actual paper because it's hidden behind a paywall. Do you cite that paper or you don't?
Okay, can I say something, please?
Yes, go ahead, please.
For me, before I cite it, I usually see how many citations have been done on the paper. If it's 1 or 2, I don't, or 0, I don't. But if there are more citations, then I just cite it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other person with another opinion?
Doc, so I will say that you don't cite the paper if you don't if not gone through it, because that might affect you later on. Because I remember we published a paper like that, and we just everybody was citing it, and we took the information from another paper that cited the paper we cited, no, and later the author himself emailed us. I was saying that this is not what he or she said. So it was now a big problem for us. Meanwhile, they had already published a paper. So we had to find a way around.
For me, Doc, my take is that
and we had to write back to the journal. Yeah. So I think we don't cite it if we are not able to assess it, because you don't know what maybe you don't know the information that is in the paper.
Okay, thank you, Godwin, for that. Someone else want?
I was saying,
Yes.
In my take is that some abstracts are a little bit very inclusive, very detailed. You will find that it is talking about the study done, yes, from the topic, the methodology used, and the findings. Now, if it can tell you the methodology they have used, even the results of their findings is available in the abstract, then the abstract is high level. Actually, the abstracts contains basically a lot of contents, and the purpose of abstracts, among others, if you cannot read the entire document, the abstract should be informative enough for you to get some good idea of what transpired in that study. So for me, if I find that the abstracts details what I want to get from that publication, it has the methodology, it has the objectives, it has the results, then it's okay. That's basically what I wanted to find out, and I think I can cite it. Now, a colleague responded here, Madam Mukwambo, said, if I check and find out 0 or 1 or 2 citation only done, then I'll not cite. I think the reason why you will cite that is to see if it is relevant to your study, but not because somebody has cited it. That's what guided me to cite or not cite. Relevance of the article. If it is not, I'll not. But I don't consider because people have not cited. Maybe it is not in line with their studies, but it is in line with mine, so I can cite it. This is my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Anybody who wants also to, I really also want to give my thought, but mine will also just be an opinion. Anybody? You have only read the abstract of a paper. The paper is hidden behind a paywall, so you cannot pay, you cannot access it. Do you cite this paper or you don't? We are saying whatever we are giving here are opinions. And we say there's nothing that we say this is right, this is wrong. It's just about for us because these are arguments we are going to meet. You are researchers, you are scholars, you are guiding students. They will ask you. Yes, Stephen.
This is Stephen. I think what a good question. I think to be authentic and real in your work, you don't need to cite an abstract because it's just an abstract. You do not know how lengthy the discussion in the real writing. So unless you're able to access that article, you really wouldn't have the citation given for that, whether in text citation and perhaps.
Wow.
But if the statement is, yeah, that's my submission. Let me end there. Thank you.
Please, Steve, go again. I lost my power and I had to switch to Wi-Fi from Wi-Fi to another source of internet. So please, just go again. I lost you before I give the chance to Barack and Elizabeth.
Okay, sir. Just 1 second. Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Stephen, I did not get you. I lost power, so I was switching the internet source. Please, maybe just go over again. Okay, Barack.
Nicholas, good morning.
Good morning, Barack.
Yes, and good morning, colleagues. In terms of your question, I usually do not cite articles that I'm unable to retrieve. Basically because I need to, go through and maybe look at the findings, recommendations of that paper to see if it aligns with my writing. So personally, I do not cite articles that I'm unable to download. Nicholas, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Nicholas, can you hear me?
I think the internet is still disturbing him.
Oh, okay. Ojak, good morning.
Morning, Barak, long time.
Yeah. So I don't know whether they heard what I was saying.
We heard you very well. We wonder
Okay,
only if
great.
Nicholas has really got you, because he's the one who is having challenge of internet. We heard you very well.
Oh, okay, great. So thank you guys. That's my comment. As we wait for Nicholas to come back. I think Elizabeth can go on.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. Thank you once again for these innovative teachings and trainings that you've been since yesterday. So I would like to speak on what's the issue on ground. I think there is no need to cite a paper that you cannot access, because we may not really know how much of the information it has that could back your paper up. So I think there are other papers that you could access that has much information that you need. So you could actually go for other papers and leave that one that you cannot access. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other person that also wants to give their view?
Yes. Well, for me, if you are not using the information because you don't have much information or detailed information, fine, you cannot cite it. But the fact that you are using maybe the methodology, similar thing, even though you cannot access the pivot, the fact that you're using information, then you cite it. Thank you. That's my own.
Thank you. Am I audible now? Maybe somebody can confirm. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You can go ahead. We can hear you louder.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I had a little problem with my internet.
He's lost again.
Nicholas, you're on mute if you're speaking. Yes.
Sorry. Now, the question I want to ask, why do you cite papers? I think that will give us a bit of a bearing in this argument. Let me start by maybe just one person, not everyone, but then let me ask Shadrach, for example. Shadrach, why do we cite papers when we write?
Doc.
Yes, why do we cite papers?
Yes, so I would say we cite papers to put our own research into perspective. For instance, we try to stand on the shoulders of giants, as Google Scholar has been saying, so that your work can be like appreciated, because you cannot just come out from anywhere and start talking about something without evidence. So we cite to put our work in perspective, to let the world know that what we are saying, we are building on this or that. So that is my input about the question.
Thank you. So the truth is, we are citing papers because we want to appreciate that we got some information from somewhere that helped build our paper, right or wrong?
That is true.
That's so we got some paper. We are appreciating because we are saying we got some information from a paper. That information helped build what we are writing, right? That's basically why we are citing. Is that true? So it means, therefore, that the decision to cite or not to cite, and this is what I'm saying, I'm not telling you that this is the right thing. As I said, mine is to facilitate the conversation. Mine is not to tell people, because there's no one way of doing things. This is just my thinking. The decision to cite a paper based on just reading the abstract or not to cite a paper depends on whether that abstract has given you information that has gone into your writing or not. Does that make sense? I have only read the abstract, but then I feel that whatever I've read in the abstract is not going to give me anything. So I'm not picking this person's idea completely. This is not going to go into my writing. There's no way it's going to inform my writing in any way. So I'm not going to cite it. But I have read an abstract, and I have picked a few points from that abstract. And I feel that these points I have maybe rephrased or paraphrased, whatever word you want to use. And I think that this has contributed to the work I am doing, to my writing. I think in that case, then, if in my judgment I feel that it has contributed to my writing, then I should cite it. But that is just my thinking, because if I have read an abstract and I realize, okay, from this abstract, I think I've gotten some good information, and I think this information can inform what I'm going to write. Because you could say, okay, so-and-so, based on research done by so-and-so, they concluded that. And if that conclusion is in the abstract, then you see you have gotten a conclusion from the abstract. So they cannot hold you responsible, because you can show them that I cited based on the conclusion that was on your abstract. People have different opinions, which are also very valid, but that basically is my opinion. So the decision to cite or not depends on whether whatever you have read has contributed to your work or not. So you could say, okay, I've read the abstract, there's nothing much here. Oh, the abstract is not very clear, so I don't want to gamble. I might cite something here that is not very clear, and then I realize, hey, I come back later to realize that it was a mistake, or maybe I misconstrued what was on the abstract. But if you read through the abstract and realize, hey, this is very clear, the conclusion is clear, or the recommendation is clear, when you are saying, okay, so-and-so recommended in their research, recommended this and that, or so-and-so in their research concluded this and that, or so-and-so in their research recorded that this was significantly different. If that information is glaringly present in the abstract, and you can easily show the researcher, or you can show someone else that this was the basis of my citation, then I think, I'm not saying you should, but I think you can cite. But if you read through the abstract and say, I think this is just scanty information, there's nothing much that I can get out of this, because if I cite this, I could be doing just injustice to myself. Anyway, let's get out of that.
But Nicholas, maybe, Dr. Nicholas, maybe,
yes,
just to find out, wouldn't it be better to have that information maybe put within the bibliography? Because if a bibliography gives you, if that abstract gives you some background info regarding the topic you are, a subject of interest you're researching on, wouldn't it be good to have that included within maybe under lists of the bibliographies within the given footnote in a given page, where that particularly abstract quotation as far as abstract piece has been picked from, rather than taking it to in-text citation and list of references? I beg to inquire.
Yeah, I think this is, it depends on, as I say, all these are just opinions. I really don't think there is one way of doing it, and most of the times, researchers mostly do things based on their best judgment. So sometimes people do things, and I remember, I think one of the things I think you said that there's a paper you cited, but then you realized you cited based on someone, I think, who cited someone else. And then the author finally said, maybe that person misquoted me and you cited based on their citation, and maybe that was not true, or maybe that is not exactly what I said. And then you realize, hey, there was a mistake somewhere. But then you sit back and say, I was not doing this out of ignorance. I was not even doing this out of malice. I was doing this based on the best judgment I had as a researcher at that time. So I think it would be a good thing to do this based on the best of your judgment. But I just want to tell you what I do. For me, if I read an abstract and I think it's detailed enough and it gives me some specific information that I think I can cite, I always cite those papers. I'm not sure whether it is right or wrong. I think that's one of the reasons why we have this kind of conversations, but I think it's also a thing for us to go and think and explore further. As you're saying, it might be feasible to put it as maybe in some as a footnote, for example, instead of just going full blown as highlighting it in the text and also putting it in the reference list. That still can also work. As I said, I'm not really also not very clear on this, and it's a homework for all of us to just go and explore further. I think we really need to think about this and have these conversations with even other people, maybe other scholars within our field and other people, just to get to understand it better, because these are conversations that we will have. I am very sure, Stephen, you are going to have these conversations more than 1 million times. People will come and tell you, students will come and ask you, "Oh, Professor, I have seen this paper. I've only been able to access the abstract. Should I cite it or not?" A scholar will start engaging you and telling you, okay, you should or you should not, but then it's difficult to convince them that it's wrong, or it's difficult to convince them that it's right. So I think it's just based on our best judgment as researchers. But then in research, and in scholarly work, sometimes it's not very easy to know what is right from what is wrong, but of course there's always what we call the standard. I don't know whether we have a consensus on this, but yeah, let's say it's a split vote.
Yes. Yes, oftentimes I've used an abstract. I've quoted an abstract in my work, as long as it has the information that I have. I think I agree with you to some extent, especially when you are trying to, compare your work with what has been, and trying to put a new grounds on same topic. You have to look at what other people have done. So sometimes you see some abstracts have a lot of information that you need. You just take the information, cite the work, and move on. For me, it's also good. I do it a number of times. I've done it. So I don't think it's wrong to do that. That's my own opinion.
Well, thank you. Thank you. As I said, it's just based on so many other things. And I think it's just based on the best judgment you have as a researcher. And if somebody asks you, why did you cite this? Because you are not able to access the whole paper. Why did you cite it? Then if you have a very good reason, and tell them, I only cited it based on the conclusion, which was clearly written down here, that the researchers conclude that this one has an impact on this, or this has an influence on this. So this was I was just basing it on their conclusion. So if that conclusion was wrong, then it's on them, not on me, because I cited the conclusion as they had cited it. Anyway, I want us now to look at two things. One is where we can get papers, where we can get data, where we can get policy documents, where we can get clinical trials, where we can get information on grants that are running in your different countries. Then after that, we are going to look at what we call Scholary, which is an AI tool that helps you summarize and contextualize research papers. I will start with the first one. Now, the first one is called Dimensions AI. And Dimensions, if you want to access Dimensions, then you have to access it through what we call Research for Life. I know the researchers who are here and scholars who are here, your universities or your research institutions, because I know some of us are not from universities, some of you are from some research, some of you are from research institutions, some of you are just scholars or researchers who are not maybe affiliated. Most of these research institutions in Africa or universities have access to what we call Research for Life. So if you want to access Dimensions and enjoy all the things that I want to show you, you just go and ask your librarian to give you login details or login credentials that you can use to log in to Research for Life. Then you just go and, okay, I was not sharing my screen, sorry. So you just go and search for this, Research for Life, then ask your librarian to give you login details, because each university or each research organization has their own unique login credentials. So the ones I'm using are unique to the specific organization that I am working for. So I cannot really give it to someone else. So your university or your research institution, whoever is in charge of library, should be able to give you the credentials that you can use to access Research for Life. Once you search for Research for Life, you can, of course, it's a good thing that you can change whether you want it in French, Spanish, or Portuguese, whatever it is. For me, I prefer using it in English. I don't know about you, but I prefer using it in English. Anyway, so once you come here, just click on access content, then you'll be allowed, you'll be taken to the login page. So when you're taken to the login page, as we agreed that the university will give you the login details that you require. So you just log in. Once you log in to Research for Life, so these are the steps. Go on Google, type Research for Life, log in using the details that you will be given by your librarian. Once you log in using the details that are given, click on content and then click on databases. Log in, click on content, click on databases, because we are looking at a database that is called dimensions. So let us just load. Once it loads, then we are going to scroll through the databases. They are arranged alphabetically. That's the good thing. So there are several databases, but then you scroll down and go to a database that is called dimensions. Click on dimensions, and let us see what we have here. And now as it loads, I want one person to just tell me, how many publications are you seeing on this database? Anybody?
150,321,664.
Thank you so much. Yes, so I just wanted to show you the number of publications we have on this database. This database does not have all the publications in the world, but it has 150 million. So however unique your field is, I am very sure out of the 150 million papers, you will get at least one or two that can be related to your field. Now, you can see that on this site, you can access publications, you can access data sets, you can access grants, you can access patents, you can access clinical trials, you can also access policy documents. Today, I will only demonstrate how to use publications and grants. These others you can always go and explore, because grants are projects. So somebody was asking, how do I know the projects that are currently running in my field, and how do I access them, and all those things I'm going to explain today. For those who are interested in publications, I just want you to check on the left. On the left side of my screen, there are what we call filters, and there are several filters. I want to start with the year, so we can filter by year. So you can filter the papers you want. But I want to show you how far back you can go in terms of years. I wanted to appreciate that we can go back as 1660-something, 1665. We have papers that on monographs that were published in 1778, 1869. We have those that were, published in 1989, 1974, 1716, 1805. I'm just giving you this so that if you want to really dig deep and go back, like you're doing some literature search or a literature review of some sort, and you want to see when was the first time this was done, then you can easily say, okay, I'm looking at some data that was, or I'm looking at a publication that was done in 1805, and I'm seeing that this already was a technology that was already being used by that time. I just wanted to show you how far back you can go. But you can now select the number of years you want. So let's say you only want papers that were published between 2020 and 2025. So you just click on the dots in front of the years, and then you click limit to. Then you want to see that we will be down from 150 million papers to how many now? 35 million papers that were published between 2020 and 2025. A very good filter, very good filter. I'm removing that filter. The next thing I want us to filter, I want us to skip all these filters, and I want us to filter by year, by country or territory. Which country do we use as an example here? You want to search for papers, but then you want to focus on a specific country. Which countries are represented? I know Nigeria is represented, Uganda is represented, Kenya maybe is represented, I'm not sure.
Ghana is represented.
Is Ghana represented?
Yes, Ghana is represented.
Gambia? Lesotho? I'm going for, because we are going to do several
Gambia is represented.
Okay. I will start with the Gold Coast. Okay, then I will do another country. So let's say we are only interested in research that is related to the country of Ghana. That is why I was showing you that it's a powerful tool, because then you can say, okay, I am a Ghanaian researcher. I only want to see what is related to my country. So we have 65,000 papers that are related to Ghana. We have 6,000 data sets. We have 1,400 grants. These are projects that are running in Ghana. We have 4,000 patents. We have 410 clinical trials, and we have 1,455 policy documents from Ghana. Now, after filtering by country, you can go back and check under research organization you want to see in Ghana, which is the most influential research organization. So you can see in Ghana, we have University of Ghana has 19,000 publications. You see, so this one arranges them in terms of their powerfulness, so to speak. Then you want to look at researchers. Who is the most influential researcher in Ghana right now? We have Bright Opoku Ahinkora. We have Abdulaziz Seidu. So these are the top 10 most powerful researchers in Ghana right now. Then you can go down and look at funder. Who is funding research in Ghana? Wellcome Trust is funding research in Ghana. NSFC is funding research in Ghana. Bill and Melinda Gates is funding research in Ghana. European Commission is funding research in Ghana. World Health Organization is funding research in Ghana. You want to see where are Ghanaian researchers publishing their work? Okay, you can check here and see. Here we are deciding whether the publication type is whether it's an article, book, chapter, or preprint. Then we want to look at the lists. So there are researchers from Ghana are publishing in ResearchSquare, they're publishing in PLOS1, they're publishing in Helion, they're publishing in Scientific African, Malaria Journal. Then what are the journal lists here? You got the researchers here are publishing in all these databases, okay? And how open access are Ghanaian researchers? We have 36,000 of papers from Ghana are open access. That one, we have just filtered by country of Ghana. I want us to filter by a different country again so that people don't feel like they have not been represented. So I want to go here. Which country? I don't know which country is also represented here.
Kenya.
Kenya, okay. I thought Kenya was not represented. They have been quiet. Okay. Okay, let's filter by Kenya and see. We want to see Kenya. We have 83,000 papers from Kenya. We want to look at research organizations. University of Nairobi is standing up.
Don't forget Uganda.
I will.
Remember Nigeria.
Nigeria, we have the Gambia, we have Kenya. Okay. Now, University of Nairobi is standing on top here, followed by Kemri. Then we have the ILRI, KU, JKUAT, KU, Moi, Egerton, all these universities. Then let us look at the most influential researcher in Kenya right now is a researcher by the name Elizabeth Ann Bukusi. Where? This researcher is powerfully powerful. Anyway, so I'm showing you this because sometimes you want to look for the work of a specific researcher and you don't want to go around fumbling a lot. So you can easily filter by your country and go and look for that researcher and just find their names. You can, when you click more, you can type the name of a researcher.
Is to present.
So you see, like mine is here. Okay, it's not displaying my publications, but it's okay. Anyway, so you can go and look for a specific researcher if for example you want. Oh, I have 27 that are on this platform, which is good. It's good. Anyway, I just got some bragging rights. But we when you are looking at researchers here now, it gives you the name of the most influential researcher. Then you can check again in Kenya, for example, we have looked at that. Who is funding research in Kenya here? Wellcome Trust is funding research in Kenya. Bill and Gates, Bill and Melinda, all those. Then publication types, where are Kenyan researchers publishing their work? They are publishing their work in PLOS1, East African Medical Journal, ResearchSquare, all this, Malaria Journal, The Lancet, BioArchive, all that. That is, you know, now, while I'm still here, I want to demonstrate something before I get to publications. Now you are filtered by country, but when you come under grants, you want to see what are those projects or those grant projects that are currently running in Kenya, because maybe you are interested. You want to see who is running projects in Kenya right now, so that I get to see. So when you are filtered by that, you can just come under research and see. The researcher with the highest number of projects is Thomas M. Kariuki. I think he's from the University of Nairobi. Then we have Kevin Marsh, we have Catherine Sarah, all that. All these are people who are already having research grants in Kenya. But then you can check, I want to look at research that is currently running in a specific research category. So in a specific field of research, maybe because maybe you are interested in a specific field of research. So which specific field of research are we looking at here? Anybody? Maybe health. Huh?
Agriculture.
We are looking at nutrition.
I will pick environmental sciences.
Good.
Okay. So even if we pick environmental sciences, then you will see all the projects that are running in Kenya that are talking about environmental science. So like this one, and anticipatory climate adaptation in communities in Africa to address vulnerable women in Thailand, Kenya. Now you look at one that is interesting to you. You say, okay, maybe mine is about climate change and adaptation. So let me click on this project and see more details about that project. So you just click on that project, and then it gives you all the details you did about that project. So you can easily approach these people. All the collaborators are here. So this one is Climate Prediction and Application Center. So this is the center in Kenya that is part of this. But then you see all these other, it's funded by EU, EC, European Commission. It will be running between 2024 to 2028. This is the budget. You can easily now see, you know the organization. So it's easier, even if you approach the organization and tell them, hey, you have seen that you are running a project with these partners, for example. You know, if you click on original description, here you are going to even get information about the PI, who is the principal investigator. You can easily reach out to them, ask them for collaborations, for example. So this is one of the reasons why I was telling you this site can really, and then it also has what we call similar grants. So these similar grants could be happening elsewhere. They might not be happening in Kenya, but they are similar. So that is something you can also explore and see. Let's say now we want to filter here by, we want to filter here now, we want to filter by Gambia, the Gambia. Then you click, anytime you do a filter, you click limit to, because then it only limits it to your filter. If you don't click limit to, it will not limit to your filter. So we have 186 projects, but then no, I think I need to change. This is Gambia or Kenya? No, I need to remove one.
I said Zambia.
Zambia.
Oh, not Gambia, Zambia.
Okay, Zambia. So we are limiting to Zambia, and then I don't know what field of research are we looking at? Which field of research are we looking at?
Environment.
Environment. Let's just talk environmental sciences here. Then we click limit to. So we want to see the projects in Gambia, in Zambia that are in the field of environment. We have 25 projects. Feasibility study of small water storage dams in Magoi River, Zambia. We can click on it to see who are the collaborators here. The organizations are only two. We have the AquaQuest Zambia and Acacia Water BV Zambia. Or we need to look at another one, for example, this one is 2022-2023. I think that ended already. So this one is still running. So you can easily now just check on any of this and find whatever it is that you want, and you can reach out to people for collaboration and all these things. That is what I wanted to show you about about grants. So for patents, if you are looking for a patent or if you are looking for information.
Sorry, Nicola, so we will be able to, get that after the training, the links. It should be
Yes,
part of the submission.
Yeah, but you have to, of course, you will get the link, but then you have to access it through Research for Life. So once you access it through Research for Life, then you will be given the login details that you will use now to access dimensions.
So you have to register with them.
You don't have to register with them. Your university, if you go and ask the librarian to give you the login details for Research for Life, just tell them, I want to access Research for Life.
Okay.
Then once you access Research for Life, you should be able to access all this information that I'm showing you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, please, Nicholas, excuse me, please, assuming your university doesn't have that Research for Life, what happens?
If your university does not have Research for Life, then you can still access dimensions, but then you'll only be able to, if you just access dimensions on Google, when you just Google and get dimensions, you'll be able to access only publications and data sets. All these others you can only access if you are able to access if you are able to access dimensions through Research for Life. But the free version that is available through Google, you can only access the publications and data sets. The others you will not be able to access unless you access it through Research for Life. Yes, Barak?
Okay. Is Nigeria there?
Nigeria cannot miss. I will show you, no problem.
Okay, can we flip through Nigeria and see what
Nicholas, I wanted to make a
is
clarification.
I will. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to make a clarification, especially those who are in University of Nairobi. We had a challenge. Last time we were in this session, we tried to open the dimension, but we were not following the right channel. So those who are in University of Nairobi, I think when they go to Research for Life, they need to specify the university. They are not supposed to, log in directly. They need to specify the university. Then when they do University of Nairobi, it will give them where they log with their school account. Then it will go direct to dimension. Within Research for Life, if you check for databases, you are able to see dimension, and they'll be able to get the page.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I remember, there are people who are saying, oh, no, I'm not able to access. So thank you for that clarification. And I think most librarians have attended this. Okay, so most librarians have been able to attend these trainings, and if you just ask them, I want to access dimensions through Research for Life, I am very sure they will be able to guide you. If you're not guided, then just reach out to TCC Africa. We will be able to provide guidance. And for the sake of peace, because TCC sent me to Ibadan. That is the first time I was going to Nigeria. Please mute. It's really interfering. It's interfering so much. Thank you. So the first time I went to Nigeria in 2019, because I'm telling this story as I look for the country. I grew up watching Nigerian movies online, and I was telling myself that if somebody takes me to Lagos today, I cannot get lost. Because we grew up watching a lot of Nollywood movies, and it was a dream for me to go to Nigeria one day. I didn't even know it would come. So one day, TCC tells me, hey, you are going to train researchers at IITA Ibadan. So I flew into Nigeria, and when I landed, I could not imagine I was in Nigeria. To me, it was, I don't know, it was a dream come true. And I think the highlight of this story is I went to Nigeria when I was really struggling with alcoholism. My alcohol was just not there. So I sat on my bed that night and said, now that I have come to Nigeria, it's a dream that I never ever imagined would come true. What kind of gift do I give myself? Something that I will remember forever and ever. For having come to Nigeria, something it was a dream. I said I will never touch alcohol again henceforth, because everyone around me was complaining about my alcohol. In fact, I was losing everything because of alcohol. Since that day, the last alcohol I drank was the one I took in the plane when I was going to Nigeria. Since that day to date, since 2019, I have never ever touched alcohol because it was a gift I was giving myself for going to Nigeria. Shout out to Nigeria.
So how do we clap for you, Nicholas? That
Yes,
was a great move.
yes, big shout out.
I
Oh,
was
that
in
was a
Ibadan.
great move.
Very good, very good.
Very good. Oh.
For
It's
me,
not
it was a
easy to drop
gift.
habits.
I was gifting myself. I have been clean since that time, and it's gone completely. The desire is gone. It's just gone. So thank you, Nigeria, for the gift. So I want to show that when we
Doc,
filter by, yes.
I want to find out the articles on the dimensions. Are they all free?
We are coming back to publications. I'm still just showcasing the grants, and then we'll come back to dimension to publications. I will show you something. So
hello?
we have I am saying that I'm showing about grants, and then we'll come to publications. I will explain when we get to publications. I'm still just showing grants, and then I will show publications. Then I will answer your question when I'm showing publications.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you. So I have now filtered by Nigeria. So we are looking at around 2,405 publications from Nigeria that are on this platform. We have 2,200 projects in Nigeria. Let's first start by looking at the research organization with the highest number of projects right now in Nigeria, University of Ibadan, yes. Then Obafemi Awolowo University, then you have University of Nigeria, University of Lagos. This is what they call Unilag, because I watch a lot of content creators from like Sabinus from Nigeria. I have an attachment to this country anyway. So, so I see that there is quite a bit of projects in University of Ibadan. Then we want to see the most influential researcher in Nigeria right now. There is a guy called Oladele Benjamin Akogun. Then there's Christian Tensha Happy. These are, the most influential researchers in Nigeria right now. I want to see who is funding research in Nigeria currently. The funders of research in Nigeria are Council for International Exchange of Scholars, International Foundation, International Foundation of Science. Then we have Bill and Melinda Gates. These are the ones that are funding research in Nigeria. We want to look at a specific field of research, for example. Which field of research are you looking at here? Which one do we look at?
Environmental science.
Sorry? Hello?
Health science or environmental.
Okay, health sciences. So health sciences here, click on health sciences. We limit to the health sciences. Then you see how many, we have 126 projects that are talking about health sciences. So we can select on one. Maybe one is primary healthcare. Let's say that one. The funding is by Melinda Gates, Bill and Melinda Gates. It's around $5,000. We want to see the organizations. Research organization here is just one, Sanitas Health and Development Foundation in Nigeria. Let's look for another project. Maybe this one, primary healthcare. I think that is the one that I clicked on. Ovarian cancer. Yeah, so this one, we have the PI is from University of Zaria. Let's see, the Nigerian university that is a collaborator, the collaborator here is it's led by John Amusa from the University of Jos, Nigeria. So if you want to reach out, you can easily just reach out to the co-PI with John Amusa. So you can easily say, okay, look for University of Jos, and you can easily find this guy and reach out to him and tell him, hey. And then the summary is also here. So you can easily just, through the summary, you can know what the project is looking at. And you can also reach out to them with enough information. Now, having shown you all this, we want to go back to publication. So I wanted to, I decided to get that out of the way because I needed to explain the grants first. I have explained how you can use it to deal with issues around grants. So patents, clinical trials, all these others you can check. But let's go back to publications. You want to get papers to read, and maybe you are going to, maybe you will filter by year. So let's say we are filtering by you only want papers that were published between 2021 and 2025. So then you click limit to. So we are going to be down from 150 million to 28 million papers. Out of these 28 million papers, we can decide to refine our research. Either we can filter by country. So maybe if you are not interested in filtering by country, you can now come down here. There's somebody who asked about open access, that all these papers that you are showing us, are they free? Can we access all of them? You can come here and filter by open access and say that I want to filter by all open access. So you say, okay, I want only papers that are open access. Then you click on papers that are open access. Okay, so the papers now, when you do your search, you will have your papers that are open access, okay? Because you have filtered by open access. I hope that is now clear in your filters. So you filter by open access so that you can be able to access them. So the ones you are now going to do search, those are now going to be open access. Then you want your search to be a bit more refined. So you can just come directly here and go and do what we call field of research. So which field of research are we looking for a paper in? We are looking for a paper in the field of maybe health sciences. Then you click limit to. So we are down now from those papers to, we are down now to 1,000, no, 1 million papers that were published between 2021 and 2025 that are open access and are in the field of health sciences. You can even go further and even just filter by country. I think this Lesotho is represented. Lesotho is not represented. Uganda is. So we are filtering now even by country. So we are down to 5,000 papers that are related to the country of Uganda in the field of health sciences, published within these years and open access. Then after doing all that, you just click on the side and put certain keywords. So let's say we are talking about infant obesity as an example. Then you just hit enter. So we have 101 papers that are talking about infant obesity that were published within these years, and they are open access, and they are related to the country of Uganda and in the field of the field of health sciences. Now, let us pick this first paper, for example, that was published in 20. You see, this one is open access because we have filtered by open access. We have this paper, for example, frequency of ultra processed food and beverages among that months in. So just click on that paper. Let us say that is the paper that is interesting to us. The good thing with this is once you click on that, of course, you can always get the PDF directly, or you click on this arrow. This arrow will directly take you. The arrow will directly take you to the website or the site where you can download this paper. But you can also import the paper to Scholary because it is open access. We will talk about Scholary in a short while. But is somebody seeing a green padlock on my screen? Anyone? A white padlock in a green thing. What is this? Anybody who knows what this is?
The doyo.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I can't hear. Yes.
It means open access.
Yes, but how do we call it? This is a web browser add-on, so you can add it in. They are called add-ins. I don't know whether they're called add-ins or extensions or add-ons. just go and Google what we call an paywall. And paywall is a program that helps you access papers, because you could find that a paper is behind a paywall in one website, but there is a different website somewhere on the internet where it can be accessed for free. So the unpaywall will keep scouring through the internet to look for any other place where that paper can be found for free. So that's just an added bonus. Anyway, we are back to our paper. We've clicked on the specific paper that we are interested in. We have opened that paper. As I told you, you can click on this arrow to go directly to the website where this paper is published, so you can download and cite it. But then when you scroll down, apart from, of course, the authors and all the other information, you get a summary of the paper. Very short summary. This might not give you too much information about this paper because it's not an abstract. So it might not give you a lot of information. But before you download this paper to read, you have a bit of an idea. It's just a general summary. It might not give you much. You cannot even use this to cite because it's very basic, but you have a bit of an idea of what this paper is talking about. Maybe not too much, but a bit of an idea. Then it also has what we call key highlights. So Dimensions has picked 5 key highlights. These are 4 key highlights from the paper. So even before you read the paper in details, you have some key highlights from the paper. So you can read the highlights just to see a significant portion of children surveyed, that is 57%, consumed at least that. The frequency of that consumption was positively associated with maternal education. The finding underscored the need for improved, So this one alone, the highlights from the paper alone has already started simplifying your work. I'm not saying it is making it simple. I'm not saying that you are not going to read the paper just because of those highlights, but you have a bit of an idea of where to start from, so that you make a decision whether you want to dig deeper into the paper and what sections of the paper do you want to really read. And then we have what we call top keywords. So you can also check the top keywords to see whether they are really, related to the field or, something like that. Now, the good thing is, because we filtered by open access, you can easily click on view, or you can click on this, and then you'll just download that paper and take it wherever you want to take it. Now, these are the publication references. The good thing with Dimensions is it directs you, the papers that were cited by this paper are active links. So you can easily also just access all these other papers. You see, you can access them, click and access, click and access. But we also have, it also gives you the papers that have cited this paper. So this paper has not been cited, but it gives you the papers that have cited this paper. So if there are people who there are papers that were published and they cited this paper that you are reading currently, then you'll also find the links to those papers and you can also access those papers. That is as far as it goes. Anybody with a question should ask now before we get to the next tool that I also want to demonstrate. We have like 2 other more tools that I want to demonstrate, and time is also running out. If you have any questions on Dimensions, because we are going to share this recording so that you can also still follow and just go through it, you can always reach out to TCC. You will get guidance. Even if you just want one-on-one guidance, why not? We can always provide that. So just reach out to TCC Africa if you have any specific questions. Up to there, any questions in the next 2 minutes before we get to the next, because I still have 2 other things I need to show you, and in the next, I need to do that in 1 hour. So any question, any comment, any feedback on Dimensions, does it make your work maybe easier than it was before? What have you seen on Dimensions? I'm giving you 2 minutes, then we get to the next presentation.
I think on my side, all I want to say is thank you, Nicholas. This has been a very good content for me. All along, I've been using Google Scholars, but I think Dimensions give a very wide spectrum of this literature search. And going forward, I think I'm going to do my best to try to use this. I'll reach out to the librarian in the university and also follow what Barak mentioned in the discussion, so that I can benefit from this training and start using Dimensions as a substitute to maybe Google Scholar or side by side with Google Scholar. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm also really glad that, thank you for appreciating. There are people who are saying congratulations for what happened, the gift I gave myself, the gift that Nigeria gave me. It was that's a life-changing gift. It's a gift that I work with everywhere. And most people don't know that this gift was given to me by the country of Nigeria. So yes, Ibrahim.
Yes, good day, Sam. I saw Mendele when you were teaching us on that dimension. What is the role of Mendele on that side? Thank you.
Yes, do you use Mendeley as a reference manager?
No.
Why? Okay, which reference manager do you use?
I don't know the use. I don't know the use of those things.
Okay.
Okay. I heard about them, their uses, but how to use them, I don't know.
So you when you write your papers, you do citations manually. So after writing, you come and do the citation manually.
Yes.
Okay, I think that is the reason why you are here. Oh, that is the reason why I am here. So Mendeley has a feature that is called Web Importer. So Mendeley, if you install what we call a Web Importer, it means that every time you go on the internet and you find a paper, you can easily just import it directly to Mendeley, and you can use it for citation. So if I get time, the end of this, I'm going to show you how to use Mendeley. Some people use, yes, Zotero also has. There are people who use Zotero. Some people use RefWorks. Some people use Mendeley. Some people use EndNote. But Zotero also has the chance, also the option that also helps you import directly. So I will show you how to use Mendeley. I think I can spare 5 minutes at the end to show everyone, because I know maybe there are also those who are also not using Mendeley. Some are saying Zotero is more friendly. I don't know why you are saying this. I'm more conversant. Of course, I know how to use Zotero as well, but I'm more conversant with Mendeley because I started using Mendeley in 2012 when I was doing my master's, and part of the team that was developing Mendeley that time was Professor Anne Van Dam at the UNESCO IHE, where I was doing my master's. So he showed me several tricks around Mendeley and so many things, and I've stuck to Mendeley to date. But anyway, people use that because people find it difficult to change once they start using a specific tool. So if you ask me, Mendeley is better. There are people who feel EndNote is better, but I'm seeing increasingly so many people are saying Zotero is better. Zotero, yes, Zotero is a good one. Zotero, I use Zotero as well. So Zotero is also quite a good platform or software. The next phase of my presentation, or what I want to show you next, is what we call Scholary. Scholary is, let's say now you have downloaded your papers. You've gone through whatever place. Maybe you've gone through Dimensions, or you've gone through Research for Life, or you've gone through Google Scholar, and you have downloaded papers and kept them in your computer. Now you want to go ahead and now start reading these papers, summarizing them, and using them in your research. But then you realize sometimes.
Please, can you share your screen with us?
Oh yeah, I will. I'm still just building the story. I'll share, no problem. So when you want to start reading these papers, you will need a tool that will help you. You will need a tool that will help you summarize these papers to make it easier for you to read. Because sometimes you find you are dealing with, let me just type that. So if you want to use Scholary, you just go and type Scholary here. Scholary. This is the spelling. So I hope you are seeing on my screen. Now, when you're using Scholary, there are two options. You can use okay. Let me. So we have, when we're using Scholasy, there are two options. You can use Scholasy, which is called the article summarizer. So the Scholasy article summarizer will allow you to summarize 3 papers for free every day. Let me give you an example here. So when you click on Scholasy article summarizer, you just go on Google Scholasy article summarizer, then you can click on try for free. Then it will allow you to bring papers. So you can either drag and drop papers here, or you can click on add paper here, or you can just drag a paper and drop it. Or if you have a paper maybe on URL, or maybe you have a paper on Zotero, because Scholasy is linked to Zotero. That's the good side of it. So you can drag and drop papers here, or you can just click, and then it will allow you to import papers. So let's say I'm importing a paper from my computer. So then it will upload a paper. So it's now importing my document. But this free summarizer will allow you to summarize only 3 papers every day. So you have to wait for another 3 days, on another day, summarize another 3 papers. Wait for another day, summarize another 3 papers. That is the summarizer, which is a free version. But if you want to summarize as many papers as possible without any limitations, then you need to go for what I'm going to show you, which is now the premium version. Now, the premium version is paid. That's what I want to make clear. So the article summarizer is free. So this one is a free version. This one is free. You see this one here? So you just bring the entire paper that you wanted to read, and then it now summarizes it for you like this. So you now when you bring it onto Scholasy, it's no longer now called a paper. It's now called summary flashcard, because it's now summarized into what we call a flashcard. So what happens is there are some details that are hidden, just not so that it does not interfere with your reading. So these details are hidden; they are tucked away. But then now you have a snapshot of the paper. So it might not give you a lot of information, but it gives you a snapshot of what the paper is talking about. So this study examines the prevalence of food insecurity in Outa and its association with social determinants of health, highlighting the need for policy and practitioner level recommendations to address the issue. That is just a snapshot of the paper. It's not much details, but it's a snapshot. So it gives you a bit of a sneak peek into what the paper is about. Then it goes ahead to now give you what we call key findings. What are the key findings? It gives you 5 key findings from this paper. So you just pick the key findings. So the study found that 51% of the sampled households had were food insecure. The key findings of the study include a large portion, that is 51%, were food insecure. Predictors of food insecurity were directly or indirectly related to social determinants of health. Study done in many other countries have shown that food insecurity is associated with social determinants, whatever, all that. But then you can also click here. When you click on that arrow, then it takes you directly to where this was picked. This key finding was picked. So that shows you that Scholasy does not pick these key findings from nowhere. It picks these key findings from the paper. I'm just scrolling so that we go back to where we were. So it picks the key findings from the paper directly. It might just start from the study found, but then the rest of it is just picked from the paper directly. So if you copy this and paste as it is, then that will be deemed plagiarism, because it has not rephrased. It's just picked the key findings directly as they are in the paper. So what you need to do...
Wait a minute, Nicholas, some clarification. When this summary is happening, because there are key things we also look for when we are doing this literature search. For example, key findings, yes, maybe things like objectives, whatever, of the study methodology. So this tool, how it is designed, it picks what guides it to bring up the summary. What guides the tool in bringing up the summary? Is it predefined in the system so that it summarizes you based on ABCD, or you can customize the summary and ask the tool to bring for you aspects of A, B, C, D. Maybe I would only want the tool to extract for me a summary on a specific section of the study only. Can you customize that, or it just gives you by default whatever it gives you? You have no control over it. Thank you.
That's possible. I will demonstrate that. That's possible because let me just show you the different sections, and then I will show you how you can now toggle around and play around with it. Now, it gives you the key findings, and then it goes ahead to give you the objectives of this paper, and then it also summarizes the methods, So you just need to know the methods. And then it also summarizes for you the main results so that you get the main results. It also summarizes for you the conclusion and then the key findings. But then you can dig deeper by asking this question. So it's a good thing because then you can now talk to them. You can now pretty much like chat with this article. You can now ask it, summarize for me the methodology, or summarize for me, or what was the highest value recorded, or what was, all that. What were the, you can ask a question. You can ask this paper a question, okay? But then you see here, you can even explore, you can extract figures, you can extract tables here. So let's say we have tables. You can easily now go ahead here and explain this table. It can, when you click on this, it can explain for you this table. You can, when you click on about, okay, let's see how to explain this paper. Because it is AI based, it will explain this paper for you based on what is, this table for you based on what is in the paper, okay? You see, it explains the characteristics included, the gender, the marital status. It explains this table for you. And even if you have a figure, it will still explain a figure for you. But the most important thing that I wanted to show you here is that you can talk to this paper. You can dig deeper. When you click on dig deeper here, you can be able now to ask the paper a question because you already have a bit of a summary. You have an idea of what the paper is about. So you can ask the paper a question. And on the right, you can go to a specific section if you want. Maybe you just want to talk about the key concepts. Or when you now go under analysis, you can now analyze the research quality. You can analyze the research comparison. Now, research comparison gives you an idea of whether it confirms or differs with previous research. Where does it differ with previous research? Where does it build on previous research? Are you seeing what we call research comparison here? So this research comparison now, let's click on one. It differs from previous research. So there are two different, two research that differs, that got different results from whatever is here. And it gives even reasons, okay? And then where it confirms previous research, you say it confirms previous research. So a study by this person found that food security is associated with higher levels of. So the comparison now gives you a comparison between this research and other research that have been done out there. So this one just gives you two, one that confirms and two that differ with the previous research. But on the left, as I said, you can go on any specific part that you want. You can go to, okay. Now I want to exit this and use a different, like, there's something I want to show you here now. That was just a very good highlight of the platform, but I want to show you a different thing here. I told you whatever was showing you was the free version. Whatever was showing you is you can only now use that to summarize only 3 papers per day. If you want to summarize 100 papers or 200 papers or 300 papers without having to wait for another day to summarize 2 papers, then you can go for the premium version. And the premium version is $4.99 per month. So the one I was showing you was the research, the article summarizer, the one I was showing you. And the one that I am now going to show you is the premium version, because the premium version now allows you to summarize, analyze, and organize your research. So you can, with the premium version, you can do as many, you can summarize as many papers as possible. And the good thing with the premium version, you can also export your summaries as Word documents, so you can read them when you are offline. You can export your summaries and read them when you are not connected to the internet. So you can export them as Word files, and then you can now read those Word files when you are free, or you can export them as Excel spreadsheets and compare studies. Those are things you can do. But Kevin is going to give put the link and also the other details about the subscription on the chat. So just keep your eyes on the chat. Okay. So basically, that is what it does for you, the premium version. So if you want the premium version, you pay $4.99 and you will have the premium version. So that is $4.99 per month. Now, the free version, as I said, can allow you to summarize 3 papers per day. So you can also try that out. Why not? When you come to the premium version, for example, this is the landing page. So you can create folders. So you can create a folder and give it a name. You want to call it, let me just create a library. So let's create a library. Let's call it December. So let's create a library called December 2024. Now, in that library, let us create folders within that library. So let's say you have created a library that is called PhD work. Now, within that folder, we can create, within that library, you can create folders. So let's call one folder aquaculture as an example. Another folder, so you can create as many folders as you want, depending on how you want to segment. So that's our folder. You can create another folder, so you can create as many folders as possible. Once you create these folders, like this folder here, you can now add documents to this folder. And there are several ways of adding documents to the folder. One is you can click here to import. So you can click here to choose files from your computer, or you can drag files and drop them here. So you can drag and drop, or you can choose files from your computer. So PDF, Word, PowerPoint, HTML, CSV files, BibTeX, RIS, any format. You can upload whatever format you want to upload. So you can click there, then it allows you now to get documents from your computer, and then you upload it there. The other option, if you don't want to upload that way, let's say you have a URL. Maybe you have a link to a paper or the DOI to a paper, and that paper has to be open access, because if it is not open access, then scholars will not be able to access it. Or you can just even copy and paste text here. When you copy and paste text here, it will still summarize the text that you have copied. Then you can also upload documents from cloud storage. So maybe you have a document that is on Google Drive or on Dropbox or OneDrive or Zotero. You can bring them onto Scholary, and Scholary will still be able to summarize them for you. So those are the different ways through which you can bring papers onto Scholary. So we have taken the first option as an example, and I'm just giving an example. You can click on that and then just upload. So once it is uploaded, it goes now to your folder. So there's a folder we had. Once it's uploaded, it goes to our folder. Let us import. So it will go to our folder. Now we have a folder that has one document. If you can see on the screen, there's something that is still doing. There's a way it's organizing, and you will see what it will look like now as a flashcard instead of a paper. But whatever we threw in is a paper, but Scholary has to process it and convert it from a paper to a summary flashcard, where now when you look at it, you see the way it is now. It's not the same way we uploaded it. Now you see it's now different. Now this is what we call a summary flashcard. So when you click on it now, the paper we uploaded is now no longer a paper. See now what we have. We have a summarized version. Okay, now it's no longer a paper. It's a summary now that we have. Now here you can take notes. One thing that I also wanted to show, you can take notes, you can write notes, you can add notes. So as you read, you can also maybe keeping notes, and those notes will not disappear unless you delete them. So you can, as you write, you can take your notes and keep them on the side. That maybe if those notes can help you understand, if those notes can help you understand the paper better afterwards, then that's fine. The only thing that I also want to make clear is that you are not allowed, or you are not encouraged to copy and paste the summary as they are. What this tool does for you, it only summarizes the paper so that it makes it easier for you to understand it. But then you still have to use the brain to synthesize the summary and contextualize and even summarize or paraphrase or rephrase, all that. Whatever it does is just summarizes. And the thing that is it picks directly from the document, means that if you pick and put it as it is, then it is going to be flagged for plagiarism. So whatever is here, what you need to do is just pick whatever you think you can pick and then go and process it further. The only thing that this tool does for you, it helps you summarize. You could be reading a very complex document that maybe is difficult to extract information out of and stuff like this. So what it does for you, it just helps you synthesize this paper easier in an easier way. Now, whatever I wanted to show you, the other things are just the same. I have shown you how you go to the key findings that it has, the objectives. You can dig deeper into the paper by asking the paper question. You can even ask it to summarize the entire research in 50 words. You can ask it to summarize it in a specific language, for example, maybe in French, or summarize the abstract, or what was the main objective, or you can ask it any question. So you can ask any question. On the left, you see, we can now look at the research quality, research comparison. I talked about the research comparison where it is talking about where it differs with previous work or where it confirms previous work. It also gives you a bit an idea of future works. So what are the potential future works? If you want to do research related to what you are reading, the paper you are reading, what are the potential areas and the recommendations that are there? Then what are the practical applications? Study compliance, all these are things that you can always check. But then there's also the original text. So it also allows you now to access the original text as it is without being summarized. So you can still click on explain, and the table or the figure will still be explained. So I think this is one thing that I have found useful, and especially the study, there's this one, research comparison. It's very important for me because then I can easily look at other papers that have been cited and see whether they agree or disagree. The other thing that I also want to show here is that you can use this called enhance. You see this enhance feature. When you click on enhance, you now can dictate how you want to read the summary. Do you want to read the summary as a general reader or a skim reader? You want to read it as a high school student or undergraduate student, or even in bullet points, or even as a researcher? So let's say we want to read the summary, but we don't want to read it as a general reader, but we want to read it as a researcher, because when you are reading this paper as a researcher, it gives more details and more detailed information, because now you are reading it as a researcher, not as a general reader. So let us enhance and read as a researcher. You see, now we are now reading as a researcher, and now it does not now start with giving us a summary, but then it starts by giving us, it has structured our summary now differently. Now it starts by giving us the food insecurity in Outa, then social determinants of health based on the results of this paper, then the health outcomes, then food insecurity predictors. So it feels like as a researcher, these are the most important things that you really want to meet, or these are the most important things you really need to get from this paper. But then that does not deter you from going on the left and trying again now to go to specific places and just to see the papers that you want. You can still just go back and say, okay, I only want to read it. I only need bullet points because I like bullet points. It makes it easier for me to get papers. Then now it's now in form of bullet points instead of full text. And the figures are here, the tables are there. So these are things you can also still explore. Now, I will go back to the main library and show you something here. I want to get to a place where we have papers. I want to get where there are small papers, then I can show you something. Let's say we have this folder that has 256 papers. So let's say we want to export these papers, because somebody would say that if I am reading this and then I get home and I'm not able to access the internet, how will I read my summaries? Because I have summaries and I have summarized them, but I want to go and now write at home. I am at the university, but I've left the university. Now I'm not able to access the internet, but I still want to read my summaries. How do I work around it? In this case, what you do, you can easily click on select one, and then you now click on select all. When you select all, you come here to export, and then you can decide whether you want to export as Word document, or you want to export as Excel or Markdown or PowerPoint or whatever, including RIS. If you can export as RIS files, then these RIS files, you can easily upload them onto any of your reference managers, and then you can now use them for reference management. So you can, let's say we want to export our summaries as Word. So we have exported our summaries as Word. When you click on that and you just click download. I don't want to download because it will take a very long time. Those are so many papers. So I'll just show you an example with what I already exported. and I exported as Word. So I want to show you an example using what I exported as Word so that you get to see what I have here. Okay, so when you export as Word, now they're called, this is a synthesis. And you see I have 283 pages. So these are so many papers that have been summarized. So you see each paper has its own summary. I'm just scrolling down. This is the first paper. It starts with a snapshot, key findings, and then the summary goes like that: objectives, the results. I go to the second paper down here. It has, sometimes I think it's done in terms of, some of them are not designed very well, but most of them are. So the summaries are here. So you see, this is just, so you can now go and now synthesize these summaries as Word format, which is easier now to understand for you. Or you can now sit down with 300 papers and now read their summaries, each at a time. And maybe because they are summarized, now you can easily compare because it's not like reading a full whole document. The summaries are picked directly from the document. So it means that the values and the figures that are being reported are directly picked from the document. It's not like it is picking them from anywhere else. So basically, that is what I wanted to show you on Scholary and the others. If you have questions, you can ask, but also if I'm not able to answer all of them, Kevina should be able to provide the email addresses of our partners from Scholary that you can also reach out to in case you have some specific questions. And then we will be able to, if I'm not able to answer all the questions, there are those that can be answered by the Scholary team. In fact, it's already provided here. So anybody who wants to ask a question about, generally about today, because we have a few minutes remaining, maybe if I get time, I can show somebody how to use a reference manager, maybe Mendeley, we might not go to Zotero. Yes, Wilfred.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. This has been a mouthful of it. You know, things which are practical related like this, it's not easy for you to apply it if you don't put it into practice. Now I'm picturing how we are going to put this to use, especially for those who are still being exposed for the first time like myself. How am I going to really appreciate, put to use the knowledge I've gained now, especially in using the Scholarly, the advanced, and then the other version, which is like for free. So I'm just wondering if at all what you prepared for us, as in the notes, has some guiding step-by-step approach on how to explore the usability of this tool in giving us the literatures and how it can help us summarize the way you demonstrated. I don't know whether the handout you're prepared for us has all those steps, or we need to go try right away or start using it, and where we have a challenge, we need to reach out to you on how to use it better. Thank you.
My how do you say, my answer to that is this recording will be shared. Sometimes recordings are a bit heavy for people to follow. Sometimes you have to skip, and that's, I think I understand. That's why some people would want a handout where you say, okay, click here. Unfortunately, we don't have like a prepared set of notes where just to guide on how to use. So you will rely on the recording, but also Scholary, when even you go on Google, on YouTube, for example, they have some very short videos that are now demonstrating click here, log in here, click here. So it's very simple to use, because then you can easily follow using the video. So you can really rely on the recording that we are going to provide, and also on some of the videos that they have online that can also be useful. So that is the answer that I have. Any other person?
I think I missed some points. I was yanked off by my network for 10 minutes. So I missed a lot of points. I don't even know where to.
No problem. When the materials are shared, including the recording, then you can easily trace back and say, okay, this is the part of the training where I was not able to hear because of the internet, because we are going to share the entire recording. So I think that will be really helpful.
25. 25.
Yes, Noel says, I have issues getting signed in for Research for Life. This depends on your university or your research institution or the affiliation you have. It's difficult for us to assist because we also have our own login details and we are not allowed to share them. So you really have just to rely on the university. Or if you want to access the dimensions, that does not allow you to see the others, but you can access you're a student at the University of Nairobi. I think we have students from the University of Nairobi here, so maybe you can reach out to one of them if you have any challenges. Then I'm very sure you will be able to be guided. I am sure you will be guided. There is, I think somebody made a clarification here. I've just, somebody made a clarification and I'm very sure now
it
they're
was
conversing.
Barack Ongondo.
Yes, Barack.
Yeah. For those who are from University of Nairobi, maybe can get in touch. We just show them how they can be able to access the dimension.
Nick, sorry, Barack, how do you want us to do it? You know, we are many here. Get in touch. We get to your inbox and you schedule when and how you can demo for us.
I'll just create a small link so that it's something, it's very simple. I'll just create a small link. You join, we look at it then, or maybe I can do it here.
Here, the time may not allow. Just give us that link. We shall log in and then we arrange how you can take us through. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm very sure now you are in safe hands. You get guidance on how to do this. If you have any questions in future, I think somebody is asking when will I take you through Mendeley and Zotero. I don't know anybody who is not using any reference manager. Just raise your hand if you're not using any reference management tool or if you've not known how to use, because if most people know, then we can have, there's no need of again taking everyone through it if they already know. So we have 2 people who are not using any reference managers. And they would really want to know how to use. We have 3 people, 4, 5. Okay, then I think this then also means that I have to go through this, and the choice that I have is Mendeley. So I can offer to show you how to use Mendeley, and then you can now go ahead and try to use the others. But if you know how to use Mendeley conversantly, then I don't think you need any other, because they pretty much the concept behind all these things is the same. So I want to show you how to use Mendeley. I've used Mendeley for a long time. For those who want to download Mendeley, I think there are those who are saying that Mendeley has a challenge because the offline version, these days when you try to download, it only downloads the Mendeley that only allows you to use Mendeley when you are online, but you're not able to use Mendeley when you are offline. Who has that challenge? Because the offline version is the one that is the easiest to use. The online version is a bit tricky. Who has the challenge of accessing the offline version of Mendeley? Because I have a link that can allow you to access the offline version, because that is the one that I want to use. So the offline version is the best one for me, if you ask me. So I'll just go to, let me just get the link so that you can keep it somewhere so that you can, when you have time, you can go and download, because I'm not going to take you through the whole process of downloading and all that. That's going to take some time. So you can go and download. And so I'm going to share with you the link that you can use to get the offline version. Here is the link here. I'm just putting it on the chat so that
we
can
can't see your screen if at all you are sharing, sir.
Okay, so I have just shared the version. Let me just, I'm just getting a plain page. Okay. So if you want to download Mendeley, for those who have not downloaded Mendeley, just go online and type Mendeley, mendeley.com, just like that. Then when you click on mendeley.com, the first thing that I want you to do is create an account. Okay, so creating an account is just the same way you could have created an account anywhere else. Yes, yes, Millicent. Oh, I guess that was an old hand. Now, you will create an account. When you create an account with Mendeley, because for me, there is no need of creating an account. I already have an account. So mine is just to sign in. So when you go, when you create an account, then you will now be able to download. Let me just sign in here. So when you create an account, you will be able then now to download the Mendeley. So you see, you can now download the Mendeley Reference Manager. Now I have put the link that you can use to download the offline version, because that is the easiest to use. And especially for those who are just starting out, it would be, I would really highly, strongly advise you to download the offline version that I have shared there. Now, once you download Mendeley, once you download and install it in your computer, because it's tough, it's a freeware. Just download and install the same way you install anything on your computer. Once you download and install, you will have something that looks like this. Let me just share now my screen so that you see what Mendeley looks like. Okay. Where is my Mendeley? Okay, it's here. So once you download, you will see something that looks like this. This is what you will have as your Mendeley desktop. Now, this is where I want you to be very keen. And if you can write it down, write it down. Once you install Mendeley, the first thing you want to do is go under Tools and then install MS Word plugin. It's written uninstall because it's already installed. So make sure you install MS Word plugin. This is what is going to link Mendeley to your Word, because otherwise, without installing this plugin, you will not be able to cite using Mendeley. I will say that for the last time so that people don't say they didn't hear what I say. Once you download Mendeley and install it on your computer, and because it will allow you to log in for the first time using the credentials that you used when creating the account online. Once you download Mendeley and install it, when you open it, the first thing I want you to do is click under Tools, then install MS Word plugin. This is the only thing that is going to allow Mendeley to integrate. This is what is going to integrate Mendeley Word. If you have not installed this, you will keep saying, oh, my Mendeley is not working. No, you need to install this. Let's not go into the shenanigans of Web Importer, because the Web Importer allows you now to also import papers directly to Mendeley, but I'm not going into those details right now. Right now, I'm telling you that you need to install MS Word plugin. Once you install, then you can now come here, because you'll have a library that does not have anything at the beginning, then you can create folders here. So you can create a folder, give it a name. Create a folder, you can create several folders. You see, I have several folders here, so that it is easy for me when I want to look for a paper, it's easier for me to know where to go to. So you can create folders here, and you can create a folder, give it a name. Now, let's say you have created a folder here called training, just as an example. So this folder is empty. If you want to add any document to this folder, just click on the folder, then come and click add here. So there's an option you can add files, or you can add an entire folder. But I want to show you, you just click on this, and then it will allow you to take you to your computer where you can select the papers you want to add. Then click on the paper that you want to add. I have just clicked on one paper and I have added it. Up to there, are you following?
Yes, we are following, although you're a bit fast.
Okay. Which part do I need to repeat?
We're following perfectly well. You can continue, sir.
Okay, so I said create an account on Mendeley on the internet, because when you create that account, everything that you upload here will be backed up on the account on the internet. So even if you lose your computer, when you download another Mendeley, it will just download all your documents. So you will not lose your documents. Now, I have said create an account on Mendeley online, then download Mendeley desktop through the link that I have shared. After that, you install that Mendeley onto your computer. Once you install that Mendeley onto your computer,
Add MS Word.
Yes. Hello. Okay. So once you install Mendeley, come and click under Tools, then install MS Word plugin. Once you install the MS Word plugin, then you are good to go. You will start adding papers. You will create folders and add papers to those folders. So when you have created a folder like the one we have created, just click on that folder, come and click on this, and then it will take you to you can even highlight 20 papers at once and add. Just highlight and add. I have just highlighted like 3 papers. You upload them at once, you see. Now, when you upload, you see Mendeley will now arrange it automatically for you. You don't have to worry, it arranges it automatically. Now, once these papers are uploaded, how then do you use it for citation? I think that is the most important, and that is the highlight of this. I will close this so that they don't interfere, and then open another document. I will close that. Now I want to open a fresh Word document and show you. Are you seeing my Word document or you are seeing Mendeley? I just want to be sure which screen I'm sharing.
Mendeley, sir.
Okay, so I will stop sharing Mendeley and I will share the Word document. So I will share my Word document so that I can show you how then you can now use Mendeley when you are citing. Are you seeing now my screen?
Yes, we can see the word screen now.
So as you type, you are writing, whatever you're writing, and you said, okay, now I want to cite. Just put space. Put space, go under references. As you are typing, put space. Click on references. Then click on insert citation. I hope that is clear. Put space, click on references, click on insert citation. When you click on insert citation, there's a dialog box. I think it's overlaid on my screen, so maybe you might not see it on that side. But that dialog box has an option that says go to Mendeley. So I want to state it clearly because the overlay box, maybe you are not seeing the dialog box that is open on my screen because it's laid on the screen, so you might not see it. So once when you are typing, when you put space and then you click on references and then you click on insert citation, there's a dialog box that comes. When that dialog box comes, click on go to Mendeley. On the dialog box that will appear, click go to Mendeley. When you click go to Mendeley, it will open the Mendeley library. Is that clear up to there?
Yes, it is clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when it goes to the Mendeley library, are you now seeing? Are you seeing my Mendeley library?
No, we only see the insert citation.
We are only seeing the word where you try to type the content and you went to insert citation.
Yeah, so when you click on insert citation, there is a dialog box that comes, then you click go to Mendeley. When you click go to Mendeley, it will take you to the entire library where you will select the paper that you want to cite. If it is in a folder, click on the folder and then you look for the paper that you want to cite. So let us say there's a paper I want to cite. You click on that paper and then on the top right, click, there's a place that is written cite, C-I-T-E. There are double quotes. There are 2 black quotes on the screen that are written cite. Click on that and then the paper will be cited. Unfortunately, when you are doing it online, there are some functionalities that are not able to be displayed because when you are sharing a screen, it overlays on the screen. I will go over it for the last time. When you are typing, put space, click on references, click insert citation. There is a dialog box that will come. On that dialog box, click go to Mendeley. When you click on it, it will take you to the entire Mendeley library. Select the paper that you want to cite. Once you select the paper that you want to cite, on the screen, on the top left, you will see something written CITE. Click on that CITE, and the paper will be cited. Okay? Then you keep writing, You want to do another citation, put space, click on references, click on insert citation, go to Mendeley, click on the folder where that paper is. Let's click on that paper, then click CITE, which is cite. The paper will again be cited. So as you write, it will just be citing for you. As you write, Mendeley will just be citing for you. Mendeley will just be citing for you. Then now you go to the reference list. You want to generate your references. When you are done with citations, you just click on insert bibliography. I hope you are seeing insert bibliography up here. Are you seeing insert bibliography? You click on insert bibliography, and Mendeley will now insert bibliography automatically. So you don't have to worry about it. Now, the good thing with this is every time now you cite, it will automatically, you don't need to insert bibliography again. Now, anytime you now cite anything, whatever you cite will automatically now just be added. You don't need to do anything. It will now just add. It will now just be adding papers to your library automatically. It will now just be adding papers. You just keep citing, it keeps adding. You see the list is growing. We don't need to do anything now. Now, anytime we cite, it will just add. Anytime we cite, it will just add. Anytime. So if you want to cite more than 2 papers, you will click the first one, hold Control, click the second paper, click the third paper, click cite, it will be cited. So anytime now anytime a paper is cited, it will automatically now be just growing your reference list. You don't need to do anything. The reference list will be growing automatically. It will be growing automatically, okay? Now, somebody will ask, what if my field requires a specific style of citation? Okay, so somebody says, okay, this is APA that we are doing. You just come under style. Are you seeing reference styles here? You can click on reference style and choose. Maybe if your field is requiring you to cite using Chicago manual style, for example, or it requires, or your field requires you to use whatever style, you can easily just be toggling around. You see now the Chicago style. It automatically does this for you. You just come and change the style. If you are told to use maybe this one, Mendeley will change that for you automatically. If your university uses nature, Mendeley will change that for you automatically. If you are told to use Vancouver, for example, Mendeley will change that for you automatically. So you don't need to do anything. But mostly, like in our natural sciences, we use APA. So you just use the APA, which is 7th edition, and it will do it for you. So the style depends on what your university requires, or the journal that you are dealing with, what the journal requires. You just tell them what you want. You just ask what is needed, and Mendeley will do it automatically for you. Automatically, you don't need to do anything. Just come and cite. Yes, Tongu.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, for that clear explanation. I think the steps you have explained are the same steps I've also been following because I use Mendeley in my work. But there is a situation which I failed to rectify. I got the journal articles which are already in my library, but when I came to insert the bibliography, I found that one of it was now converted from English to Chinese or Japanese language. And I failed to rectify the situation because there was this year in December, in November, when I submitted my paper for conference, then the reviewer was able to ask me to give an explanation on why I used those kind of citation, the Japanese or Chinese. I don't know how that one can be rectified under Mendeley. It has divided up to now, and it was a citation which when you go to the library, it is in English. But when you go to the bibliography, you find that Mendeley has changed it that language, which is very hard to interpret? Thank you.
I have not experienced that as it is. I've never experienced that. That is something that sounds a bit strange. I've never experienced that at all. So I might not be able to know how to give you an answer to that. I've never experienced that, never. So I'll check out. I can check out and maybe reach out and see, but I've never experienced that. That's something I've never experienced with Mendeley. So I don't know how to answer that one.
Could I respond to that, please?
Yes.
Yeah. What my colleague is saying is true. I've experienced the same in Mendeley. So usually when you add a paper to the library, on your right-hand side, they usually have this space where you can confirm whether the information, the summary is right. This side where you have the authors, the journal, and all that kind of stuff. In that same place, it will give you the title, it will give you the abstract. So you have an opportunity of editing. Yes, yes, that part. So up there, they usually ask whether the details are okay.
Yeah.
So if the details are not okay, then look at the paper that you have downloaded and then edit. So put the right abstract, the right journal, the right keywords, put all the right details, and then you click OK and it will be okay. I've also gone through that.
Yeah, that works. Tongu, the other option that I can tell you is sometimes you find you have papers. You see this one. Are you seeing the DOI on the details side? When you click on details, if that paper has DOI, then I would ask you to click on this lens. Are you seeing the lens against the DOI?
Yeah, I can see.
So you click on details, then go down to that paper and click on this lens, because this lens will now based on the DOI provided, the lens will now go on the internet and look for the latest and the authentic version of the paper that you.
Sorry, we are missing your voice.
Am I audible now?
Now you're okay.
Okay, so if you have a challenge with a paper, maybe a language in terms of language, or maybe some information is missing and you are not able to get that information on the paper, and the paper has DOI like we are seeing here, what you need to do is just go and click on the lens in front of the DOI, and then the Mendeley will automatically search through the internet and look for the latest information or the latest version of that paper, and it will be brought to the library. Okay, so I always advise people just click on this. Mendeley, you see, it will look for it and find it. It will retrieve that paper from wherever it is, and it will come with the right details here. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Clear.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah.
So if you can find the URL of that paper or the DOI, then you just go and click on that DOI. Then it will look for that paper and find it and bring all the details that you need. Okay, so we are only 7 minutes to the end of this training. Oh, somebody said they missed the part of bibliography. The bibliography part is where, after doing your citations, because I hope you are clear on how we are citing. After citing, you just come and click on Insert Bibliography. Then it will insert all the citations that you have done. Now, henceforth, after inserting the bibliography once, anytime now you do another citation, Mendeley will automatically now be growing your reference list. So it will just be adding them. You don't need to insert bibliography all the time. You just insert once and Mendeley will now. Then, as I said, the style here depends on what you choose. So you can choose the style that will work for you depending on your field. So maybe maybe your field is told, you are told in your field you only use maybe modern language, or in your field you use this one, or in your field you use. So depending on the field, you just click on the citation style, and then Mendeley will do that automatically for you. Okay, up to there, I will stop my presentation, and pretty much my training ends here. It is time for feedback, for questions, and for anything else that somebody wants to express before we are stopping at exactly 1 p.m. East Africa time. So in the next 5 minutes. Any feedback, any question, any clarification that is needed, anything else, because we have had 2 days and we have had a very long 4 hours today, and I hope whatever was talked about today was useful, and whatever was talked about yesterday was useful. Yeah, somebody's asking, there are situations where you mix the citation using Zotero and Mendeley, and that makes it difficult to add the bibliography. How do I address this? Mine is stick to one, because these are 2 different systems. It's difficult for you to format. Let's say you have cited you've done some citations using Zotero, and you've done some using Mendeley, and it's difficult for you now to harmonize the formatting, because Zotero has its own it has its own infrastructure, so that will be very difficult. You're welcome. Somebody said so amazing. Oh, those are three sources, so it means it is very okay. Okay.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, the other case of where a paper is hidden behind the walls and you only can access the abstract, and you need to cite. You need to cite using the referencing manager like Mendeley. I always face a challenge because I could only, export the downloaded part of the paper to Mendeley. But now, when it is only the abstract which cannot be downloaded, then I sometimes leave it because I cannot manage it with the Mendeley. I don't know how you can help me there. Thank you.
Yeah, Mendeley, there's the Mendeley, there is what we call them. Are you using the Mendeley web importer?
Yes.
Yeah, the Mendeley web importer should be able to take all the citation details that you need to Mendeley, even if you are not able to download the exact paper. Even if you are not able to download the PDF, Mendeley importer should be able to take all the details you need to Mendeley. I think that it should do that. Somebody's asking, I think there's some question I'm missing here. Somebody's asking, please explain on how you can defend on using old citations. We are usually expected to use literature that is not older than 5 years for journals, for example. Why are you using journals that are older than 5 years? And I've now just shown you where you can get citations and filter by year. Now, you could have a very good reason. Maybe you could say, okay, that is all that is there. And indeed, if this person asking you, they try to cite and they will find, okay, that is what is there, then they will say, okay, there is nothing much, or there is nothing newer than whatever you are.
But again, doctor, the relating to the same, they're saying never use all information beyond say 5 years or 10. You see, knowledge is knowledge. Some information don't change. Some knowledge don't change. Some scientific facts do not change. So I don't know why the need for the latest version of say 5 years only. Yet some facts never change. Even if you get another citation of this year, it's not saying anything different from the one of the other year. And why would we think this one of last year overrides the one of 2 years ago? I don't know where that knowledge really originated from, and now it is a practice. They don't want you to cite anything all. Thank you.
Yeah, as we say, we have a system that is run by most people who want to keep running things the old way, and it's difficult for you to convince them to change. So that's the unfortunate part. But the truth is, Millicent, I want to agree that sometimes there are certain fields, there are certain topics that you try to find information and you realize no one has really done much in recent years, and you have to rely on some things that were done in the 90s or sometimes in the 80s or even in the 70s, because there is nothing new that is there. Or there's a definition of a word, or there's a methodology that was developed in maybe in 2001 or 2000 or 1992. And no one has ever updated that. So then how am I going to get information or citations that are, that are not older than 5 years? So these are the change, the dynamics of this field. But you really, as a researcher, as we say, based on your best judgment. And if you can defend that judgment, why not? If you can say that I've been trying to look for information on this, this is all I could get. And indeed, if they also try, because the supervisors also, internet is everywhere these days, they will tell you, no, you're lying. I have been reading this, and these are papers. You see, this was published 1 year ago. This was published by so and so. Then, but if you can defend that you don't have any later information, then why not? I think that's still just fine. Now, at this point, we are ending. I'm just waiting for final remarks from anybody before I allow Kevina to tell us the way forward. Thank you so much. It's been training and so much. Thank you. And don't forget, we have a TikTok channel that is called The Simple Academic. I know some of you are not on TikTok. Tell the others who are not on TikTok. We really want to grow that channel to make it 100,000 followers. We are only at 14,000. We want to make it 100,000. So I'm really relying on you to go on that channel, follow that channel, share the videos, like the videos, share with others, because there is a lot of information about scientific writing that are recorded and videos are on that platform. So I'm really, really relying on you to share it even on the different platforms or different groups where you are, so that people can follow and find information there. All this that I've trained you here, most of it is on TikTok. So thank you so much for following us on TikTok. I hope from today we are getting 500 new followers. Thank you. Over and out. Kevina, way forward.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. So we have come to the end of the training on scholarly communication. And as we wind up, I would like to express our gratitude as TCC Africa and on behalf of Nicholas as well for your participation and commitment over the past 2 days. And just hope that you gained valuable skills, whether this was a refresher course for you or your first time training with us. I believe that you've gained enough to enhance your academic writing, your research proposal development, and also practical open access tools to aid you in your journey. So aside from the TikTok channel, as Mr. Nicholas has said, we also have our podcast called Mazungumzo, African Scholarly Conversations, where you get to hear various perspectives of people in academia. And if you also want to get involved, feel free to reach out to me via our WhatsApp group, or you can email admin@tccafrica.org, and I'm going to reach out to you promptly. We also have an archive where you can access recordings of our webinars and our workshops. I have shared it in the resources. And last thing, I'd also like to invite you to join our WhatsApp mentorship community so that you're able to stay in touch and updated with our trainings and relevant workshops. So again, please ensure that you added your names as you would like in the certificates in the attendance lists that I shared. Yes, I'm going to share the channels again. And also that you have given us your feedback on this training so that we can improve and provide even better as we move forward. Thank you so much. I don't think I have anything else to add. I'm going to, Barak, I think I can give you around 10 minutes for you to make your demonstration, if that's still okay. How was it, Barak? For the UON team. But the others, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Yes. I'm going to share the notes and recordings as well, just after this training. Yes, I'll share the WhatsApp link as well. Yeah, so aside from that, thank you so much. You're free to leave, except for those who wanted the quick demonstration. Thank you. See you on WhatsApp.
And see you also on TikTok, because we will be on TikTok. We are live on Thursdays and on Sundays from from 8 p.m. East African time.
Yes.
So I hope everyone can see my screen.
Is it possible to make it bigger? It is so tiny.
Oh, okay, okay. So I think up to there maybe it's visible.
Yes.
All right. So basically, what Nicholas was just talking about is basically what I just want to show you, and this is for the guys from University of Nairobi. But I think it's not only University of Nairobi. I think it's open to all the other universities. So what you need to do, just the same way Nicholas was going to access, then you go to login. So when you come to login, I think mine had already logged on. So let me just log out first. Okay. So let me just go back. Let me just go back to Research for Life. So on your web browser, just type Research for Life. Then you go for Research for Life. Then you go to access content, you log in. Now, here is where you need to specify. So when you are at this page, you need to access via institution. So when you access via institution, you just scroll down, you'll probably find your university there. Like for example, we have University of Nairobi. Then you select. Yes, so now once you come here, you can open the databases. Sorry, it's taking quite some time. Just give it time. Yes, so one thing maybe I forgot is that before you reach this point, it will ask you for your login details for the University of Nairobi. So you need to have your login details, especially your admission number, to be able to reach this point. But the most important thing is that when you start from Research for Life, you specify your institution. And after you specify your institution, the next login detail, it will give you a login point where you are able to put your admission details and your password that you use for your login details in your institution. After that, you go to databases, you'll be able to access Dimension, and you'll be able to get all the openings, grants, data sets, patents that you might not be able to see if you're not through Research for Life. So basically that's how you access it. I hope that helped.
Yes, it does. So
yes. So the most what you need to know, the most important thing is when you start, just make sure you specify your institution, and it seems most institutions are connected with the Research for Life. Once you connect, you use your login details for your institution, then you're good to go.
So in terms of our login details, is it already embedded somewhere? I just put in and it will work, like I put my registration number and then it will allow me login?
Yes,
so
yes.
The university system has it already?
Yes, for example, you see the one that we usually use for the exams. I think it's called something.
In Mitiani?
The EDI,
yeah.
the EDI account. EDI account?
Yes, exactly. AD account and I think all of us have AD account with the passwords. That one will take you directly to your dimension, and you'll be perfect. So I think that works for us, especially those in University of Nairobi.
Yes, it works.
All right. So
Yeah,
you guys
I've
can try
tried
it out and see how
it works.
Oh, you've tried it. Good, perfect. So if you have any difficulties, you can either look for me and I'll share my contacts. Then I can be able to assist you on that. Otherwise, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Nicholas. That was a wonderful presentation. And I wish all of you guys the best.
Thank you, Barack. Don't get lost so much.
All right.